So I was watching the PlayStation showcase yesterday, and they had this very boring guy opening it all up, and I had heard rumors about the KOTOR remake, like, but I had no idea that that was going to be like the first thing they showed, because the second he was like, "I'm going to show you some footage from our, our showcase," or whatever he was saying. I somehow missed the
Make him
Lucasfilm.
sound like the Clear Eyes guy.
You had to hear
Remember the
this
guy
guy.
for
He
the
was so
Clear?
boring.
What's his name? Rob Stein or something?
Rob
Clear
Stein.
Eyes or something Stein. I feel
I
like
don't
his name is
remember.
something Stein.
Something Stein. I don't.
Anyway, the boring guy that
Yeah, I
did
know
the
what you're
eye
talking
drop
about.
commercial.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that guy
Knights
was
of the
funny.
Old Republic for PlayStation.
He didn't even say that. He just said we're going to show you the whole reel of everything we got coming out, and it was really interesting because somehow I had missed the Lucasfilm logo. But let's take a look at this beautiful beast here that we got.
This beautiful
Beautiful
beast.
beast. Somehow I completely missed the
David,
Lucasfilm logo.
you know, we come out
I know you
here
can't hear
for the
that
winter
yet
to be
because
with
it's
you.
an ad, but I'll get you to hear it here in a second. But yeah, they somehow completely missed that Lucasfilm logo, and it was like, well, you've seen the trailer, right? You saw it yesterday.
I literally just saw it like an hour and a half ago when I was on my phone.
Okay, so
you're not
because they
even
showed
here.
what they ended up showing was that black silhouette pops up. That's what I saw. Somehow I looked away when the Lucasfilm logo showed up. There's a black silhouette, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And so I was just so confused. And when I heard that Star Wars music, dude, I about fucking cried. Not even kidding you. But let's look at this really quick. Oop, that's not what I wanted to pull up. All right, this is really fucking cool.
Peace is a lie. That is what the Sith believe.
I heard Sith and then the Star Wars music. I was like,
They
holy
promised
shit.
power. Now they wield it. We face the greatest Sith in generations.
Fuck yeah,
They
dude.
must be stopped.
So good.
Yeah. I'll tell you what kind of irritates me about it, though. Even though I'm excited, I don't want to be the Debbie Downer here because it is dope. Is I wish that they would just. By the way, did you play the original Knights of the Old Republic when it was out?
So I don't think I had it at the time. So when I was younger, I actually didn't have a lot of video games when I was younger. My dad was a pastor. We didn't make a lot of money, so I didn't get video games until later in life.
Fair enough.
But I played it at friends' house, but I didn't have it myself. But it's been a long time, so I am definitely not the most knowledgeable when it comes to that game.
You should, because it's available now for probably like $10. Get that thing on your PC, that original one, and just spend some time on it. Because that I'll tell you, man, that original game will suck you in. You won't be able to get off it, which I know probably sounds worrisome to you because you like to use your time for a lot of creative endeavors and stuff. But like I'm telling you, dude, as a Star Wars fan, you have to experience that original game. But worst case scenario, you'll hopefully experience this one. But it's PS5 exclusive, which I do have now. But I haven't been a PlayStation guy for like the longest time. Now I'm happy I switched over with the PS5. That this trailer came out. Now I'm so thrilled. Not to mention the PS5 is a dope console anyway. But what pissed me
I
off?
wouldn't know. I can't get my hands on one.
Nobody can. Look up Sears, dude. Just go to Sears.com. I bet you. Excuse me, they still
They're
got
still
them
around.
online. That's where I got mine. I guess nobody knew. I think everybody was like you. They had no idea Sears was still a thing. And so Sears still had some in stock when I looked last. And that's how I ended up getting mine.
Interesting. That's
Yeah.
probably the only reason they're still in business.
100%. Selling PS5s, 100%. But what kind of pisses me off about this is it says a legend made for PS5. I mean, that's a cool, like, tagline and all. But it kind of makes me wonder, like, are they just gonna, like, are they not gonna canonize that story? Because that story is one of the coolest fucking stories in all of Star Wars. And I say if you're gonna make that game, canonize that story. Like, don't keep it in the legend stuff because it, I don't know. It doesn't ruin anything. It doesn't contradict anything that is in the current canon right now. So I don't know why they just don't canonize it. It's from a time period that's so fucking long ago in the Star Wars, universe. So like it just makes sense to canonize it. I don't know. That's my one irritation.
I wonder if they're dipping their toes in the water and seeing how it's received, because for a long time, avid Star Wars fans have been screaming that they want like an Old Republic movie and want another game. And like I know there's an entire large corner of Star Wars fandom that's like super into the Old Republic stuff. And
yeah,
I think people would be super excited if they just made it canon and like not only made more games about it, but actually gave us a real live action movie, and took a break from the Skywalker stuff for a minute and just focused on something completely new. At least to a lot of people, it's a brand new idea.
the one thing is there's one minor tweak you have to make in there to make it like an actual solid canon story, and that's the character creation aspect of it. Because if they're gonna make a canon, they're gonna want it to be a certain character as your main character that you play as. That's the one thing they had to tweak. And I was listening to the interview with the guy yesterday, and they're building the game from the ground up. Make that tweak. If you're gonna build it from the ground up, make that minor tweak so we can have a canon. If I'll tell you this, if we love it, and we will, the old generation of Star Wars fans, we will love this game. They're going to be like, oh, whatever, give us your wallets. Yeah, that's why we made it for you guys. But if the new generation takes to it and they love it and they're crying for it now, that's where it's going to become canon. That's when they're going to be like, all right, we're going to pull the trigger and make it canon.
That's the moneymaker.
Yeah.
If you get the real young audience to latch onto it, then you're like, oh, right, we got a cash cow until they get old.
And I'll tell you this too, because a lot of the people that like to bitch about like Old Republic material, or I'm sorry, a lot of people that like to bitch that Legends material is no longer canon, which I say is bullshit, because you can't make the Legends material canon. If you took everything from Legends, because Legends contradicted itself all the time, it just wouldn't work. But if you took all the stuff from Legends, it wouldn't work that way. But if you just took the Old Republic stuff, you can make that work. And so they could bring back those books, put those back in canon. Everybody talks about that Darth Plagueis novel, or the Darth Plagueis trilogy. Everybody I know that's a Star Wars fan loves those books, and I haven't actually read them, but everybody I know tells me it's the best fucking Star Wars trilogy outside of like the original trilogy. Is those Plagueis novels by Drew Karpyshyn. Because I know kind of the premise of it, and it sounds amazing. They basically make like the way that Plagueis worked in that universe. Like I guess the trilogy, he basically like, it's like a mafia story. He basically like became the Don of the Sith is the way people describe it, which sounds really cool. By the way, have you been watching Sopranos? Like, I know it's like a show that's been off the air forever, but like,
I was gonna say, hasn't that been like several years now since it's ended?
I just got into it. That's why I'm asking, because
I'd never seen it.
It's so good, dude. If do you have HBO or Max or anything?
I do actually.
Watch the first episode. I think you'll be sucked in pretty quickly, because it's probably one of the best pilots I've ever seen. I know it's one of those finales that like, and I predict this will happen with Game of Thrones. I haven't seen the finale yet, so I don't know what happens at all. But it's one of those finales that a lot of people bitched about, but then like upon revisit years later, people grew to appreciate it. So I'm really curious as to what that all is. Seeing as I'm somebody who's not going to have that wait for it, I'm just going to watch it in a binge and have no expectation or theories about what could happen. I think I'll probably appreciate it a lot more. But the real reason I'm watching it is because of the fucking movie, The Many Saints of Newark. Did you see that trailer?
No.
Dude, like, you don't have to be a Sopranos fan. You will appreciate this. Let me pull this one up, because, like I said, we're probably going to react to a bunch of shit today because so much stuff dropped. We're probably going to get an ad, so I'll probably have to switch off for a second. Let's see. Just give me 1 second here.
I haven't even heard of this.
Yeah, I think you'll dig this. You're like a mob guy. You like the mob movies. So
I love it. Yeah.
yeah, this actually, dude, I don't know, man. This could be the best mob film since Goodfellas. It's possible, but we'll see.
What do you want, Richard? I'll be honest with you.
Money.
I want to do a good deed. I want to do a lot more.
I can do it.
Me too.
The best things in life are free.
I try to set an example for my nephew.
Give them to the birds and bees. I want money.
Anthony got kicked out of school. I went through all that trouble, and for what?
I'm always being accused.
You gotta be good.
That's what I want.
I want to do whatever I can to help the family.
That's what I want. Money don't get everything, it's true. What it don't get, I can't use. I want money.
Wonder what they talk about in that.
I didn't catch the name.
Pussy.
Put him on the table.
I think I just got this jacket. You know, I try so hard. Gotta do something about Dickie Montesani. What a blow.
I know you can get anything.
Look at Dickie Montesanti. He steps up, takes care of his family, takes care of all the bases.
Dickie Montesanti. About this?
How you doing on your merit badges? I want to do all kinds of good things. It's the one thing. Pain comes from always wanting things. But what do I know? I'm a murderer.
The best things in life are free.
Wow.
They changed that title, by the
That
way.
looks cool.
Looks really cool. They changed that title, by the way. It was just The Many Saints in Newark. Now they're doing the Star Wars thing, a Sopranos story.
So how does it tie in with The Sopranos?
Exactly. So, Tony Soprano, I'm sure you've heard that name. I'm James Gandolfini's character.
Tony.
Right. Probably should have set this up before the trailer too, because it's just so cool. Because so the kid that you saw with the long hair is young Tony Soprano, but it's actually James Gandolfini's son in real life playing him.
Gandalf.
Yeah, Gandalf. Which James Gandolfini passed.
Gandalf is a mobster. Can you imagine? Hey, you shall not pass.
One ring to rule them all. But yeah,
One ring to rule them all.
But yeah, so that's
Ridiculous.
James Gandolfini passed away 6 years ago or something like that. But that's his son that's going to be playing the young version of him. And if you look at it, if you watch the show and you're more familiar with him, he looks just like him. So it's a prequel, is what it is. So that's going to be the whole thing. And I love that cast, man. I don't know who Ray Liotta is supposed to be. Maybe fans that are deeper into The Sopranos would be able to tell me.
I love Ray Liotta.
He's great, but
he's very intimidating.
What's really cool is about that is the parallel from Goodfellas, but the girl, I can't remember, Lorraine Bracca, I think is her name, the one that played his wife in Goodfellas, Karen, that girl, she is in the show. So she plays Tony Soprano's therapist. So I think it's cool that they brought Ray Liotta in for the movie. And I like that cast. I mean, John Bernthal is in there, who I love him. And you got Vera Farmiga, is who I'm most intrigued to see play the mother, because it's going to be like, she could win an Oscar off that if they do it right, because she is like, in the show you'll see she's fucking nuts. Like, they set up Tony Soprano's backstory. She's like really psycho. So like, I'm really excited to see her try to pull that off. But yeah, it comes out like October, man. Like, so it's coming to Max. So I'm trying to get through as much Sopranos as I can. Seeing as it's a prequel, I don't think I need to know everything, but I want to be like a fan of it. But I'm in the middle of like season 2 right now. It's really good. Like really, really good. One of the this made me laugh so hard. So in the beginning, he's in therapy in the beginning. This isn't a spoiler, but and he's with Ray Liotta's wife in Goodfellas, whatever her name, Lorraine Bracca's character, his therapist. And so he's he's telling her about this like stress that he has. He has like anxiety attacks and stuff like that. And so she's like she starts to mention, she's like, well, there's been a lot of advancements in pharmaceutical treatment and everything. And then Tony Soprano's just like, ah, shit, here comes the Prozac. I love it. It cracks me up. But yeah, man, you'll love that show. I'm telling you, it's one of the best pilots I ever saw. There's something to do with ducks in there that you'll really love. You'll get a kick out of knowing you. But
we're getting close to Oscar season, aren't we?
Yeah, well, that was one of the things I wanted to bring up. I know we're all anxious to see that Matrix trailer. We'll watch it pretty soon. But yeah, you know, that was one of the things I wanted to bring up because, you know, we both saw the which we won't pull it up now, but we saw the what was that one I sent you? I forgot the name
the
of it.
DiCaprio one.
Yeah,
I forget what it was
was
called.
the name of it? Don't Look Up, which that trailer, hysterical.
Cast is loaded.
I know. I love it, dude. I love it. And the premise is like perfect. So you got the director of The Big Short, a movie that you and I are both big fans of, and I think more people need to watch. Adam McKay. Big Short, Anchorman, Step Brothers, he did all those. But yeah, so that's perfect for and DiCaprio and Jonah Hill coming back together sounds amazing to me. I mean, they are just such a good pairing, especially for something that's going to be as funny as I think this is going to be. And then Jennifer Lawrence, I think this is a smart move for her career because she kind of fell into that thing recently where like people just hate her. And I think she's like in that thing where people just feel like she's taking herself too seriously or whatever. So this is like the perfect role for her to like have fun with, show people like she's not taking herself that seriously. Sure, it's like an Oscar caliber film, but it's something she can have fun with. Because like Emma Stone fell into that thing too. Like she did La La Land, and I think people mostly hated her because she dumped Ryan Gosling. But she did and then she did that, and then she did that Favorite movie, and I think everybody was kind of coming into the same thing with Emma Stone, like, oh, she's just taking herself too seriously. And then she did Cruella this year, and I think that was a really good move for her career because it was something that like allowed her to like really she just really was able to have a lot of fun with it while it's still a good performance. It gave her that freedom. I think Jennifer Lawrence, same thing here. So I'm excited to see it for that reason. And it is an insane cast. I mean, you got not only them, Timothée Chalamet, Tyler Perry, Cate Blanchett. And Tyler Perry's really good when you put him in the right thing, too. That's the thing. You know, you put Tyler Perry in the right movie. I know a lot of people like to shit on him, but...
I don't even remember seeing him in the trailer.
He's in there for like it's a split second. It's like a split second.
I thought I saw Kid Cudi for a second.
I think he's in there, too. I think so.
I was like,
he's been showing up
there were just so many people in there. I was like, that's a like the budget for this movie has to be astronomical.
It is. It's got to be, or looks it anyway. Like it's not so astronomical because I heard a lot of people bitch it. It's like, oh, this should be something in the theaters, and I'm like, no, because people don't see these types of movies in the theaters anymore. Like they just don't. They don't like. There's not that motivation to, you know.
I do.
You do, but like people outside of, you know, like us, like we don't, you know, other people don't see these types of things in the theater anymore.
Normal people,
normies,
not weird people.
All you normies out there, you don't go see these in the theater. But if you're on Netflix and you're chilling at home and you see, oh, the new Leonardo DiCaprio movie's on Netflix, I'm clicking on that, you know. So I think it's a smart move to put it just straight to Netflix. And the other thing is, as of this year, you no longer have to be a theatrical release to qualify for the Academy Awards. You could just be straight to Netflix now. So you don't have to worry about it. So I think it's perfect. And this premise is incredible because you got this thing coming for the Earth. It's about to take out all of humanity. And these three buffoons, they're in charge they're in charge of stopping this thing. That's going to be hilarious. And I loved Leonardo DiCaprio's like anxiety attacks in the beginning. Like it was like the perfect way to start the trailer. he's apparently like Jonah Hill's like top dog in this, which I also kind of like that dynamic. Like they're gonna make Jonah Hill like he's gonna be just as dumb as the rest of them, but on the same hand he's gonna be like in charge. And Leonardo DiCaprio's just like sitting there stressing. Jonah Hill's like, dude, you're stressing me out so bad right now, and then Jennifer Lawrence has to say everything. That was funny. And I liked that. I thought Jennifer Lawrence had the best line in the trailer, to be honest with you, when she was getting the wine and she's like, don't look at me with the judgy face. I thought that was really funny. This movie's gonna be a hoot, dude. It's gonna be a hoot.
It's gonna be a good one, and I feel like I've been waiting for a Leonardo DiCaprio movie for a while. What his last one? Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Which when did that come out? Now it's been at least a couple years.
Yeah, it's only a couple years, so maybe not as long as it seems. I think it's just because we're used to him coming out with like one thing per year. You know what I mean? And like we had that.
Not really though. Not lately. It's been one every 2 or 3 for a while. Like
actually, you know what? It's been 3 years because Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was 2018, and it was a summer release.
What I thought.
It was a summer release.
I looked at I looked at his upcoming movies on his IMDb page, and it looks like he's got like in the works. He's got like 5 or 6 movies that are slated to be released. Like I don't know how, what the timeline is on all these, but obviously he's got this one that's coming out this year, and then he's got like 5 other movies that are not all of them are in production yet, but at least a couple of them say they're in production.
Yeah.
So he's got that. What's it called? What was it called? Devil in the White City or something?
Yeah, Devil in White City or something.
I've been waiting to see that movie for freaking ever.
Yeah.
Because I saw that it was rumored that he was going to be in it like freaking 5 years ago. I remember seeing that and I was like, that sounds like a really good premise. I'm excited to see that, but it still hadn't come out, but it looks like it's in production. Let me see.
And he's got another one with Scorsese too coming.
Okay, so in production, Killers of the Flower Moon, The Black Hands, The Devil in the White City, which The Devil in the White City is gonna be Scorsese.
That's the Scorsese one. Okay, I thought so. It sounded
familiar. Yeah. An architect works to build up the 1893 World's Fair while the serial killer H.H. Holmes uses the fair to attract and kill women. So yeah, that's going to be really exciting. I know that there's a book on that and everything, and that's going to be really cool. So he's going to be H.H. Holmes.
I remember him trying to shop that thing around because he was so pissed off at Netflix because Netflix did The Irishman, and they didn't want to take this movie because it was so expensive. Apparently, he needed like a massive budget for it. And I remember trying to shop it around. I think Apple TV Plus bought it, if I'm not mistaken. Ended up buying it. So they're
so he's got Don't Look Up coming out this year. Then he's got 3 in production, and then 5 in development. One called The Crowded Room, Conquest, Leonardo da Vinci, where he's going to play Leonardo da Vinci. Some Ulysses S. Grant project, where he's Ulysses S. Grant, right. And Roosevelt, where he's playing Theodore Roosevelt.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot of stuff. That's 9 movies that are coming. Assuming they're all movies, there could be, they could be something else. They could be shorts or
assuming they actually all make it to production. That's the other thing with IMDb.
Yeah,
is like they always
he's
have
been doing a lot of producing work lately, mostly
because remember on IMDb he was confirmed to be the Joker there for a hot second, as per IMDb. So you never really know if they're actually
we wish.
With him. I don't know. Walking killed it. Scorsese
I know,
was going to direct that.
But as a Leonardo fan, I wish to see him in every role.
Yeah, of course. I just want a movie where he plays everybody, like Eddie Murphy.
Every single character.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's the dream, right? I mean, yeah, who wouldn't want to see that?
Leonardo is in the next Passion of the Christ movie, and he plays all 12 disciples.
Yeah. Joaquin's got a new one coming out too. That's the other thing. Speaking of award season. And Joaquin's got one coming out called Come On, Come On. And it looks good. But it looks different for him. That's why I'm excited about it. He's playing it looks like a really heartfelt father figure, which we haven't really seen him take on before. But of course, in classic Joaquin fashion, the movie, it looks extremely artsy at the same time. Because it's all done in black and white. That's the one thing about it that looks extremely artsy to me. And but it looks different for him.
Sounds like a Joaquin type of movie.
Yeah, it looks different for him though, in the sense that we haven't seen him play he's always playing somebody fucking crazy. He never plays a straight up character. It's really,
he's an odd
rare.
dude, so
yeah. It's very rare to see it and do that. So I think that like the closest thing I could think of is like Ladder 49, you know, where he played like a father figure. Did you see that one like a long time ago where he was?
I didn't. I remember when it came out, but I never watched it.
It's a good movie. It's underrated. That's like the closest thing he's done to he played a father figure in that, but it was more firefighter based as opposed to like this movie is just surrounded like with him and the kid. That's like the whole premise. I can pull that one up here too. Give me 1 second. Come on, trailer. Let's see what pops up. Yeah, here we go. No ad, please. Oh, nope, no ad. All right, so let's get over to this screen and we can watch it. Let's see.
To visit planet Earth, you will have to be born as a human child. At first, you will have to learn to use your new body, to move your arms and legs. You will learn to walk and run, to use your hands, to make sounds and form words. There will be so much for you to learn, and so much for you to feel. Sadness, joy, disappointment, and wonder. You will grow up, travel, and work. Over the years, you will try to make sense of that happy, sad, full, always shifting life you are in. And when the time comes to return to your star, it may be hard to say goodbye to that strangely beautiful world. Damn this book.
You're crying.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're definitely crying. See, you're
I
crying.
have no idea what that's about, but
The Academy's gonna love that movie though.
of
You can
course,
tell.
because I have no idea
Yeah.
what it's about.
Yeah, you can tell the Academy's gonna eat that shit up, and it's A24, and it's got the whole thing, man.
The
Going for
Academy's
it.
like, is that black and white?
Yeah.
Is the plot very vague?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's,
Yep. Nominated.
A24's got a movie now. Yeah, consider it. You know, like don't even
And
like,
Joaquin Phoenix, isn't
yeah.
it?
Joaquin Phoenix is like the pool. Like, let's be honest. Like immediately, Joaquin Phoenix is the Academy's pool. Like, granted,
What's the release on that one? What's the date?
I don't think it gave one yet. Let me go back here and look again.
Say it looks like something that'll come out before the Oscars. To
Just
try
says coming soon. There was no date on it.
Okay, so that's going to be an Oscar contender, probably.
Oh yeah, 100%. It'll be out by December, I'm sure, and they're
It's
pushing it for the Oscars.
It's so stupid that towards the end of the year, just based on release date and watching the trailer, within reason, you can look at movies and go, that's gonna get a nomination. That's gonna get a nomination. Like, you just know.
It's at least gonna be on the circuit or very close to being considered at the very least.
Right.
You know? It's like
that's gonna be a consideration.
Yeah.
The Leonardo movie is obviously gonna get a nomination.
Yeah, like you just know anymore. It is kind of I kind of like it though, because like I feel like you and I we were at a point at one time like we weren't in the know. So like it's cool to be in the know, you know. It's like a lot of audiences like back in the day, or like most audiences in general, I feel like just aren't in the know, you know. So like once you figure it out, you're in the know. It's just like something that has to click in your brain. I can't explain it any other way. You just have to.
It's funny too, because then once the Academy Awards happen, you're like, oh, okay, I guess we have crappy movies for the next 9 months or so. It's like it's literally like all of the, not that every movie is crappy, it's just that Academy Awards movies, like, they are a different type of movie. They're a different breed. They're very dialogue and plot heavy. Like, they're very creative. They're artsy. So if you're not into artsy stuff, then you don't like it.
Most
right.
part.
If you're like us and you kind of have a separate type of appreciation for artsy movies that are very dialogue driven, story driven, then you have this great appreciation for it. And it's like once December hits, you're like, oh, it's on.
Yeah.
Where this is Oscar season, baby. Like we're gonna start getting like the artsy stuff that's gonna get nominations.
Right.
And then as soon as the Oscars hit, it's like, okay, now the average movies are coming back. Now all of the Hollywood action movies that are like 30 out of 100s are gonna start dropping, and all of the all the crappy normal stuff, the comedies that aren't that funny, like as soon as the Oscars hit, all the crappy stuff starts coming out.
It's like unless you're a comic book movie till the end of the year, you're gonna be shit, you know. And then like when you get to the end of the year, my buddy and I, Josh, were just having this conversation, and I think like the difference between people like you, me, Josh, and like some other people, like because there are some people that are like in the know that are extremely pretentious people, like for sure. But I think the thing like with people like you, me, and
comes with the territory.
Yeah, but I think the thing with me, you, and Josh, the big difference is like we're kind of self-aware that these are what Josh and I called hoity-toity movies, because he and I went to like the
hoity-toity.
He and I went to
Absolutely.
Indy, to Keystone, to the Art House Theater, and we call Keystone hoity-toity land now. Because it is it's full of pretentious people. That's why you can go see art house films there, and only
they're all wearing sweater vests and loafers.
Yeah. Like that movie theater is not gonna play Shang-Chi. That movie theater is not gonna play Spider-Man 3 out there. It's only playing art house movies, and we're aware of it, but we love it. It's like it's a part of a pleasure for us. I don't know how else to explain it, but we acknowledge that these are hoity-toity films, but that's just our thing, you know. But we acknowledge it, you know. It's not like we don't. They're rich people movies.
It gives you something different to appreciate, you know. Because I mean, obviously, there is something good about, you know, the average comedy or the average action movie. Like there's something good about blockbuster movies and regular releases, obviously, because they are released for the masses and the masses love them. But when like Oscar season rolls around, like there's something nice about that hoity-toity, as you would call it, because it's those type of movies are focused on something completely different, and there's a large group of people that don't like those type of movies. So it's kind of nice to gain an appreciation for something that is kind of for a specific type of person. It's almost like you go to a tobacco store and you walk in the walk-in humidor, and there's like classic cigars that everybody likes, that are, you know, they're reasonably priced, and then you've got the ones like on the top shelf that are more expensive, that all the guys in the suit and ties that subscribe to Cigar Aficionado are smoking. And it's like, I want to try one of those. Like you just want to.
It's like, do you want Outback or do you want Ditka's? You know, like one of the, you know, it's really it's how do you like your steak? Exactly. I mean, it's really that's all it really is at the end of the day. Like you actually, that was a really good analogy. But like, and the other thing that like about like you and I is we appreciate like, you know, casual stuff too from time to time. Like you just saw Protege, you gave that a good review. You know, you gave that a thumbs up. You know, it wasn't like a glaring review, but it was like a good review. It was like thumbs up, go see it. I think a lot of people are gonna like it, you know, kind of thing.
There's a clear line when I watch a movie, when I know the movie that I'm watching is like, and I can still really like it, but there's just like this line in my brain where I watch it and I'm like, that's a good movie, but it's just an average type of good movie, you know. And versus when I watch a movie where I'm like, that's a good movie, and that is an artsy movie, like that is an Oscar type of movie. It's like when you're watching it, you just, there's this feeling that you have, it feels different. Like they focus on different things. They usually spend like all the telltale signs of like a hoity-toity Oscar movie are like, you know, very dialogue driven, a lot of space in dialogue. There's downtime, there's room for things to breathe, you know, the camera shots are different. They spend, you know, a lot more time on things that a blockbuster movie wouldn't spend time on. You know, blockbuster movies are usually, there's something happening constantly, almost to distract you from any flaws that it might have. And Oscar type movies, they give things room to breathe, and they focus on these tiny things, and they give them air so you notice them, so that you have to notice them.
Yeah.
And if you don't have an appreciation for it, you're like, this movie's boring, I don't like it, all they do is talking, and there's no action and blah blah blah. And it's like, well, that's because they're focusing on all these small things that normally other movies pack stuff over so you don't really pay attention to.
Right.
But with an Oscar type of movie,
yeah,
they're like, let it breathe, sip it like a fine wine, sip it like not like a barefoot Moscato that you're gonna get at Kroger. You want to sip it like something you got from Italy that cost you $200, that you're gonna appreciate and notice all the details.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, that's like why a lot of people are, confused on these new Star Wars movies. I say confused, they say hate. Because really, because like we've said it a billion times, like it's not that they're bad movies, they're just made by people who are influenced by a lot of artsier things, then that's like where that comes into play. While I do have a lot of problems with Rise of Skywalker, I like the movie. You and I both really like that movie. It's still they are made by filmmakers who are just really into artsy type of stuff too, and it shows. And that's why those feel bad to people, I guess. I don't know.
That's not to say that the new Star Wars sequels are like artsy Oscar type movies.
No,
because I wouldn't say that. They're definitely not. They're still Star Wars movies, they're still blockbuster releases. But like I don't want anyone watching this thinking that we're trying to say that, oh, you don't get the new Star Wars because you're not high art, like you're not high class.
Well, no, because
that's not what we're saying at all.
A ton of people that do appreciate them still in the I'm just saying there's a lot of other people that don't get the art of them too on the same hand, even though they're not
they're just made more. They're made more from an artsy angle than the previous ones were. And they're still very in your face action, but at the same time, you can tell that the people that made them, at least a couple of them, and in different spots in the movies, you can tell that they have a little bit more of an artsy background or an artsy focus. They're taking the time to construct these movies in a more detailed way, to where I understand why some of the audience doesn't love them in comparison to the other ones.
But I would argue that either the originals did the same thing though, on the same hand, in a way. Like at least New Hope and Empire, I think, definitely like added that artsy flair to it. I don't know. It's a tough conversation with Star Wars. We've been down that road before. It's always a weird conversation. But I do feel like the one thing I'll say about it is I do feel like the reason that there's that sort of like modern artsy flair, let's call it modern artsy flair in the modern Star Wars movies, is because a lot of the new generation, at least the ones I talk to, are actually more open to like an artsier thing than like say like our generation was. Because when you look at like look at Bo Burnham's Inside, I think that's a perfect example. While something as mainstream as TikTok blew that up, the new generation watches that and they get it, and that's a very artsy like project. It's very, that's something that's Oscar worthy. I think you and I both agree it is. That's something the Academy should be looking at.
And I think it'll get a nod.
I think it'll get a nod too. Yeah.
If it doesn't get a nod, burn the place to the ground. Not really, but I'll be pretty upset.
Yeah, I think it will get a nod. We don't have enough yet this year that I don't think it's so overcrowded that it couldn't get a nod.
I think the music is going to get a nod at the Grammys too.
Yeah. If he comes out and does like a performance for like All Eyes on Me, because that'll be the song.
Dude, that would be nuts. I hadn't even thought about that. Dude, that would be so cool. I don't know if he would do it or not, but
he'll do it if he's nominated.
I don't know.
Do it. If he's nominated, I think.
But he hasn't been on stage in a very long time. That would be real. That would be a huge deal.
Yeah, but you know how much like prep time goes into the Grammys? I think that would be the difference, is because the rehearsal time that you get. I think that would be the difference for him. Like, granted, he has like clearly like anxiety performing and everything, but I think that the big difference is the rehearsal time. He'd feel like it was very everything's so concise, you know what I mean, to where he'd feel probably more comfortable.
I don't know. I honestly, I would be surprised if he performed just based on even the subject matter. Based on even the subject matter of Inside, it would feel it would almost feel out of character to see him go, because like the Grammys and the Oscars, there's this like eye roll high society, like Hollywood like holier than thou type of thing, where everybody's super woke and they talk about all their opinions and everything, which can be good or bad depending on how you look at it. I don't really care. But based on how he spoke on Inside about like why do we have to have an opinion on everything? Why do we always have? It would feel very weird for him to get on stage and perform, where usually during like the Grammys and the Oscars and stuff, it's literally like people on stage constantly plugging their opinion about current events, like subtly. And that's kind of like what he was talking about in Inside. So it would almost feel out of character. But at the same time, I'd obviously love to see him up there.
Yeah, I mean, it would just be... I think the reason, if he does do it, I think the reason would be because he knows the fans will really dig it. By the way, I think that Billie Eilish album is like a clear-cut winner for the Grammys so far. I mean, we got time, but like, I think it's got to be the clear-cut winner so far.
I think I only listened to it once.
It's a fucking masterpiece, dude.
So I have my feelings about Billie Eilish. I really like her as a person. She's a really fun person. She's really cool. And I respect her and her brother musically, like her and Phineas, like crazy. But in terms of her music, I very rarely sit down and think, I really want to listen to Billie Eilish. It's just, it's a different type of vibe. I almost feel, not that they're anything alike, but I almost feel very similar about her as I do like Lana Del Rey, where I know she's really talented.
Yeah, me too.
But the vibe of the music is so like low energy. Like you have to be in the right type of mood to listen to it. Like it's, I don't know. Just it's a different type of vibe. And usually when I'm gonna binge music, I'm looking for something a little more high energy. So
yeah, I think it's the clear-cut winner based on well, first of all, I love the album, but I also like Lana Del Rey, so I don't know what that says about me. But
it's a clear-cut winner because Dom loves the album.
No.
They're like, okay, I see here Dom Martino loved this album, so this is getting the nomination.
But he likes Lana Del Rey, so you know, I don't know. Like Lana Del Rey, I don't think will ever win a Grammy. I hate to say it. Like, I like her a lot. I just don't put her on that. Like, I see what you're saying as far as similarities between her and Billie Eilish, but anyway, my point was, going back to that, is did you watch probably not, the Disney Plus thing she put out? She does it's a concert movie, and it's very artsy. And it's like, to me, like when artists do things like that, they're making that extra push for the Grammys. Like, you know what I mean? Like they definitely are. And that was definitely the reason for Billie Eilish's thing. But if she wins Grammys, I think it's deservedly so. Like, if it is the clear-cut winner, like, it's deservedly so, because, well, we know she's gonna win Grammys. Like, remember that one year? She couldn't get off the fucking stage. They might as well have kept her up there that one year. So we know that's going to happen again. It'll be a repeat because people are raving about this album, if not more so than the last one. But the thing is like when you look at this Disney Plus thing she did, where she performs the entire album, it's literally, you know, song per song the entire album. But it's cool because she kind of mixed it with like an animated movie, like she mixed it in with that, which was really interesting. And she did the oh god, what do they call that? Why am I blanking on it? Motion capture for it. And I don't know, I thought it was really awesome. But the album is good otherwise, but the when I saw the concert movie, it made me appreciate it even more. I guess it'd be like listening to Bo Burnham's Inside without the actual special, you know? Like, I kind of feel that way now about her album. Like, I liked it, it was good. And then I mean, I really liked it a lot. Like, I was raving about it when it came out, but when I saw the movie, it was like, okay, that just took it to a whole new level. You know, like that means a lot more now. So I don't know. It's good stuff. Man.
I genuinely love listening to Bo Burnham without the video.
Yeah.
I can't even tell you how many listens I've given that album. I listen to it at least once a week.
Yeah.
Since it's come out, sometimes multiple times. I've listened to Inside, dare I say, more than any other album in the last like 5 years. Like, dead serious.
I put it on quite a bit too.
This is a very hot take. And I understand why 0 people will agree with me, but I love Inside as like in terms of music so much, despite knowing that it's not like the most impressive in terms of production and mixing, and like it doesn't have all of the extra stuff that would make it deserve the hoity-toity award. But if someone were to be like, you know what, let's nominate this for album of the year just based on cultural impact alone and subject matter and just being groundbreaking, you know, I would be like, absolutely. I would be 100% okay with it.
Cultural impact's gonna probably bode really well for that album, honestly. I think that's why it's definitely gonna get a nod this year at the Oscars. It's the cultural impact. I really do. But Grammys, it's interesting you say that, because I actually feel like Grammys almost care a little bit more about its cultural impact. So it's really interesting that you say that. I haven't thought of it in those terms, I guess, with Grammys. Yeah, it's possible.
It would be, I think it'll get nominated for like a comedy album category, probably.
Yeah.
I don't think realistically, I don't think it'll get nominated for any major categories, just because, like I said, it's not like, you can tell listening to it, like there's nothing super impressive in terms of like mixing going on. Like it's, you know, like a major Grammy contending music release is going to be flawless in terms of production, songwriting, mixing, mastering is all going to be nearly flawless. So it doesn't have all that, but what it does have is damn catchy lyrics, funny lyrics, really catchy, you know, choruses, and the whole album is really extremely catchy from a songwriting perspective. And obviously he's no Celine Dion, but you know, he does what he needs to do. So no, I don't think from a technical perspective, I don't think it's like a Grammy type of album, but based on cultural impact and creativity alone, I would definitely be like, you know, if they did nominate it for a major category, I'd give it a pass. I'm okay with it.
Oh yeah. I mean, I would give it a pass because I love it too. I listen to it on so many drives, man. Like so many long drives I take that album's on. But you know, an album I'm really struggling with, and it irritates me because I actually really like this band, although I haven't been a fan of I wasn't a fan of their last one, and I'm really struggling with this new one. Imagine Dragons' new album is a struggle. I'll tell you why. This is the irritating thing. This irritates me when an album does this, or when a band does this on their album. I can't think of another example off the top of my head, but we've seen this before. They have probably on this album probably contains the best Imagine Dragons songs out there. Like they really put some work into some of these, but it also contains the worst Imagine Dragons songs that you've ever heard. That's such a struggle, you know what I mean? Because like, have you ever listened to an album like that where it's like, this is this artist's best work, and then it goes to something really shit, and then it's their best work again, and then it's like really shit? It's such a roller coaster of emotions. Like, I don't want to say it's like absolute shit, because like I do feel like each song like had work put into it, and they definitely tried to go like an experimental route with this thing. And like I understand that, but like sometimes I do feel like there's a line of how experimental you can be on certain songs, and like they did go a little bit too out of the element, I feel like, in some ways. But that's like, I don't know if you're a fan or not, but like
I haven't listened to it, and I don't hate Imagine Dragons. I don't listen to a lot of their stuff. It's just not necessarily my cup of tea. I guess maybe it's because I only know the hits, which some of the hits are really catchy, but I got tired of the sound really quickly. It started feeling really cookie cutterish, like I was just hearing the same stuff over and
I had
over
the
again.
same
So I
experience.
never really right. So I
Same
never really
experience.
gave their other stuff a try.
Well, their first album, Night Visions, is awesome. Like, the whole thing is good through and through. Smoke and Mirrors, I think, is their magnum opus, and I hate to say that because they probably had the potential to do better, but I don't know that they ever will. I hope they do. I root for them too. But Smoke and Mirrors, if you ever listen to that album, it's awesome, dude. I'm telling you, it's a really good fucking record. And then they did the one after that, which was Evolver, which is when they started to go a little bit more poppy, a little less rock, a little more poppy. And it's fine. It's actually a good album. That's the one with Thunder on it. But my problem is you can't do Thunder multiple times. And if you listen to their album that followed up from Evolver, which is Origins, which is the last one they put out before this new one, they tried to do Thunder like multiple times on that album, and you can't do that. I wasn't a huge fan of it. It has some good tunes on there, but for the most part, it's Thunder over and over and over again. They try to repeat their success.
I don't want to hear that over and over again.
It's not the greatest. I was really disappointed with that record. Now their new one is they're gonna do a 2-part album on this new one, so I'm hoping Act 2 is much better because it's called Mercury, and the new one is Mercury Act 1. And this is one of these albums, dude. Some of their best stuff, I think, is on this album. But some of their worst stuff is on this album, too. It's irritating as hell, man. And it's really irritating because they do have, like, they did go back into their rock roots on a lot of them. And then those are probably my favorite ones where they actually have their, like, rock influence back into it. But then there's other ones where it's like, they're not trying to repeat Thunder. They're just trying to be poppy, but like overly experimental with it. Like to the point where it's like beyond appreciation to some degree. But some of their experimental stuff is really good too. Did you hear Cutthroat? Did you hear that track? That's the first single they released. I want you to hear this because reason why is because this is probably the most divisive song on the whole album. Happens to be my personal favorite on the album, but it's very divisive and I love it. But let's see. Cutthroat by Imagine Dragons. All right, let's see. I love this song. I think it's great. We'll react to it. But there's gonna be
I actually went to audio school with a guy that got to work on this album.
Oh, really? That's cool.
And Donda, he got to record organs in Chicago for Donda.
Nice. We gotta talk about Donda in a second. Let's see here. Where are we at with this?
Dude's doing work.
Yeah, that's for sure. Let's see. All right, here we go. So this is Cutthroat. I love this song. This is like pop and rock mixed perfectly in my opinion. But like it goes hard. It's good stuff. Let's see. Oh, can you hear it?
Nope.
Me neither. Hang on. Let's see what's going on.
Probably best.
Here we go. Probably best, he said.
I'm just kidding.
I've been waiting patiently. I built this tower quietly, and when my well of Wellbutrin is running dry of serotonin, I can say things I don't mean, or maybe it's the truth in me. I feel it building, bubbling up. My time is up. I'm so misunderstood, but I live for this. My money's good, and I came to win. So step on up, and I promise you, only one of us gonna make it out alive, and it's not you. Only one of us gonna make it out alive, and it's not you.
This song grew on me so much. I know, nobody does. It grew on me so much. But wait for the thing here coming up. There's like, I'll pause it for a second. Well, the thing that's crazy about this is what they chose to release as the first single on the album. That's what's really weird about it. But anyway,
I like the like hard piano notes in the background that are given like Kendrick Lamar damn vibes.
Yeah, I
Like,
do. It's kind of an odd track, but like it grew on me. The first time I listened to it, I was like, what the fuck?
It's very, this feels like a very odd thing for Imagine Dragons. I don't know.
For sure.
Climb my mountain, time right. I'm so misunderstood, but I live for this. My money's good, and I came to win. So step on up, I promise you, only one of us gonna make it out alive. And
It's like I don't know how to feel about it. You know, at first it's how I felt. Now I love it.
I feel like this is something that like a 45-year-old dad is gonna really enjoy.
I love it. I don't know why, but wait for this. This part's cool. I didn't expect this. That's actually really dope, I think.
I feel like Imagine Dragons is the guilty pleasure of every 45-year-old Five Finger Death Punch fan.
Yeah. It's weird because it's like when I listen to it, I acknowledge that about it. You know what I mean? Like, I definitely do. With the exception of their Smoke and Mirrors album, which I think is something for everybody. That's the one time I think that they've come out with an album that's like, that's for everybody. Like, everybody can dig that album. They really worked hard on it. It's a good record. Solid through and through. Outside of that, I feel the same way, and I kind of acknowledge that about him, and I love that about him, which is why I love that song. It's definitely everything you just described. But on the same hand, they have songs that are like in that vein on the album, but they suck. You know, like I don't think that sucks. Like I think that's like that works for what it is, which is what you were describing. Father guilty pleasures, right? Like that works for what you're describing. But then they have other songs. It's like that doesn't even work for what they're describing. It just doesn't work at all. Like it's so weird. It's one of the weirdest albums I've ever heard. Like they have like great songs though, like without a doubt, like on there. It's strange, man. I hate when I listen to something and I don't know how I feel about it.
If I'm a producer or a songwriter for Imagine Dragons, I don't know how to write them music to make them sound how I want them to sound. Like, and you know, I
Face Me video.
I don't want to.
Sorry, go ahead.
I don't want to hate on, you know, Imagine Dragons. They're musicians and they're talented musicians in their own right. And the dude's a great singer and he can perform his socks off. And you know, I have respect for them. And I hate, and I don't want anyone listening to think, oh, he's an Imagine Dragons hater. Like I don't like hate on anybody to the point where I disrespect their art. I just have a different taste. Everybody has different tastes and they're just not my taste. And to my taste, every time I hear them, I'm thinking, I know that they have talent, but I'm thinking, why every time I hear them do I feel like it's like a cheesy cookie cutter type of weird rock genre? Every time I'm listening, I'm trying to think, what, like, if I'm a songwriter for them or a producer, how do I make music for them that feels like original and not like
I kind of agree.
cringy dad rock?
I agree. Yeah. It's weird because, like, again, man, like, I go back to Smoke and Mirrors. It's like, that's how you do it, but I don't know how to replicate that album without making it sound derivative of it either, because Smoke and Mirrors, by the way, I love that album so much from Imagine Dragons that I have the live Blu-ray of that. Like, they did a Smoke and Mirrors tour, and they actually put out a Blu-ray for it, and I bought it. I love that album that much. It's probably their best work of art, and that scares me because they're one of those bands that, like, I know they could do better. I know they have talent. You know what I mean? They showed it to me in that album. If you haven't done a full playthrough of Smoke and Mirrors, Adam, I highly recommend it for you.
I don't think I've done a full playthrough of any of their albums.
Do their Smoke and Mirrors one, man. It's so good. I think you'll love that record. Especially, it's one of those albums that, like, aged so well. Like, it really did. But there was one more thing, too, I wanted to, music-wise, get your reaction on. Because this, to me, like, this came out of nowhere. I know Ian used to talk about this band a lot, Plotting You. Have you heard of them?
Heard of them. I couldn't tell you any of their music
Right.
though.
This to
I got
me,
sunlight coming in from this window, illuminating my microphone.
is like the perfect mixture of like pop, rock, and like trying to go hard. The Imagine Dragons song reminded me of this for some reason, even though I think this is like a masterpiece comparatively.
What's that?
We got an ad. Hold on, I gotta mute this real quick. But that's kind of what it reminded me of a little bit, was the Imagine Dragons on some level, in a weird way. But like maybe the right way to do something like that, I don't know. But you let me know what you think of this. Let's see. Get back into it. Can you hear that still? Oh wait, you can't see it. There we go.
Yeah, I hear.
Feeble tongue or hues of green. I don't feel like catching prey, but I don't feel like anything. Sit in my head, straight from the truth. Pick at the skies, don't look at the past, got something to lose.
Really good.
I feel tension from every direction. It's my reflection, I correct it, don't even mention. You can't fix my soul, my crutch, my home. Feel but it's best just left alone. My dear, my foe, my Holy Ghost. Never gave a damn till its face was
This is one wild track, man.
your face was
Hold on, I'll do that thing that the reactors do on YouTube. What do you think of it so far?
I don't know. I mean, I don't love it. I don't hate it. It's
all right. We'll keep going here for a sec.
carelessly. Some have passed and most don't change. And when I go, I leave them peace. I don't wanna be the love you prevail for. I don't wanna be the
For the record, I didn't expect you to have a clear-cut opinion. I was just trying to avoid a copyright claim. So.
I like this genre of music, like this combination of rock and metal is it's a really hard genre to please me. It probably is the hardest genre to please me with of any genre other than maybe country.
Yeah. This gets wild. Oh! Wait. That's extremely experimental. I love that. Hold on real quick. First of all, I gotta tell you, there's two things I gotta show you. You reminded me of that when you said this genre of rock and metal. I gotta get your reaction on two different videos from the same artist because you're gonna laugh your ass off. But the other thing was I was gonna say about that part right there is that was probably one of, like, as far as transitions from like breakdowns back into like the chorus goes, that was probably one of the smoothest I've ever heard as far as like doing that. Like a lot of bands can't pull that off for some reason, but this is one of those bands, Plotting You, that like a lot like Imagine Dragons, they kind of fell into the pop thing a little too much for me. Like I liked their last album, but they went, like, they had some good tunes on it, but they went a little too poppy in my opinion on it.
I find it to be really problematic for originality when like a rock or metal type of band starts getting too poppy. It falls into this really bizarre cookie cutter category that that even though like it can seem original on surface level, for some reason it doesn't feel original. It doesn't feel like anything great. So
Right.
yeah, like rock and metal are genres where I feel kind of weird about unless it's done in the right way. I really like them to try and stay in their own lane and be original, because when they start like getting really into a mix of like rock or metal combined with pop, it just starts sounding really, I don't know, not great.
Yeah. Like, I think the reason why is because we've, well, if you're like a fan of the band, you know that they can do a lot better musically. You know what I mean? When they're just doing their straight metal thing. So then when they want to try to mesh it and then they go like a little overboard with it, it's really hard to appreciate it, because it's like, man, you're just like, you're kind of putting out pop. It feels like they're doing it for the numbers sometimes, you know, and like sometimes that works, but like but even like the most casual of fans can like smell the bullshit a little bit too. You know, like there's something to it where you can smell the bullshit. I'm not sure why.
I really like metal to stay within the metal genre and try and find new ways to experiment while not bleeding too heavily into like the radio sound, not to try and be one of those pretentious people that's like, oh, you've gone mainstream. Like I don't care. I just mean for my taste in music. Like for instance, like both of us, we really like August Burns Red Phantom Anthem. Like that album to us was a masterpiece
really
of an
is.
album.
Yeah.
And that's a perfect example of a band staying within the metal genre and experimenting and expanding on the sound and getting into new musical territory where they started to have jazz influence and like but like in songs that were inherently metal, all of a sudden you hear like jazz based parts and you start like it like just got like really, it started feeling like really original and really complex, and that's what I like.
They know what they are. That's for sure. Like August Burns Red knows what they are. That's what I love about that band so much, is they never stop being August Burns Red. They know who their fans are. They know who they are. And they can put out an album like that, you know, is so innovative that it gets Grammy nods, you know. That's what's so cool about it. But they know who they are at the end of the day, and that they'll never stop being them. But yeah, I wanted to show you, that was pretty much the end of the song. But I wanted to show you these. Okay, so first of all, let's make sure you haven't actually watched this yet. Hypa Hypa. Does that mean anything to you?
Nope.
Good deal. Okay, so I'll give you the story behind this so you can appreciate these two things for what they are. Makes me laugh every time. So Hypa Hypa actually came out, and I meant to show you this a long time ago. Don't ask me why I never did. But Hypa Hypa came out like early on in the pandemic. And while you can admit that it's a little bit much as far as like how it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And I think the band knows it's ridiculous. And that's kind of what made it so special to everybody when it came out, is because it is ridiculous, but it's kind of one of those things that just makes you happy regardless of how ridiculous it is. And I think they knew that going in, but this is a band called Eskimo Callboy, which it's funny because they were like a band like a long time ago. I remember seeing them at some like small show like ages ago. They always sucked back then, and then they just kind of had this resurgence this year because they kind of like left the music scene. All of a sudden they got this new vocalist in their band, and they like came back this year and put this out last year, I should say, early last year when the pandemic was coming about. They put this out, but I'll pull this up really quick. Hypa Hypa by Eskimo Callboy. This video.
Is this that band that you sent me that one video?
Did you see this? I don't remember.
You sent me a really bizarre video from, I'm pretty sure, this band. So
well, we'll look at it because they put out a new one, but we'll play a little bit of this and see if this is the one. Let's see. Does this look familiar?
I don't think it was this one,
okay,
but you did send me. I'm pretty sure you sent me another video from this band.
Maybe, I don't know.
Recently, like this week.
Oh, maybe I sent you the new one then. That might have been it. but this is the one that like made them big again. You can't deny it makes you feel good though. It's so ridiculous.
I like it.
Yeah, it's catchy.
I mean, it's a great example of a band that retains it. It's a great example of a band that like retains that like more hardcore metal type of sound.
Yeah.
But
send you this.
dives into like pop dance type of music without getting corny, without going too far. Like
I think so.
they've managed to stay metal while adopting pop culture and bringing in that dance pop sound into the metal music, and have done it in a very good, tasteful way without turning their music into actual like pop rock type of music. So this is an example of how to do it right. And,
I think so.
And with the music video, I mean, it makes it even more perfect because it makes it just feel like it's done ironically.
Yeah, let's keep going. You got to hear this chorus. The chorus makes it, honestly. Oh, I love this video. It's so catchy though.
I just love how obviously on purpose, purposefully ironic these poppy dance parts are.
It's great.
They're obviously very self-aware, which is how you want to be.
It's very self-aware. God, that chorus is good. The guy's got a good voice too. Like he's got that 1980s thing going on. It's weird.
You know, just watching the video and listening to the type of dance pop sound they've adopted.
Yeah.
It really reminds me of how Attack felt back in the day.
Right, but they've done it with such modern production technique.
Right, obviously it's way different. It's way different from Attack. But remember hearing Attack like back in the day?
Dude. We wouldn't have this
it was
without it.
It was huge. It was like that metal sound adopting like dance music.
Yeah.
And it was very self-aware, and it was done very ironically.
Yeah,
it was just perfect.
Yeah, but for Attack, it was like nobody knew they could do this. You know what I mean? Like now here we are, and it's like now it's kind of like I feel like this band's kind of taken it to perfection though. You know what I mean? That's what I like about this.
Right. Those glasses are cool.
I know. Ah, that's good.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, this is sick.
Yeah, I love it. They got the, what do you call that, the floss in there now?
It's like Icy Stars, but heavier and self-aware, and ironically self-aware.
Yeah. I think the self-awareness is what takes it to the next level in a way.
It's everything it's everything that I want Icy Stars to be.
Yeah.
Or I wanted Icy Stars to be.
Right. He incorporates every type of scream you've ever heard. We're gonna do the follow-up too. This new one, I know I sent it to you already.
Yeah, that's freaking sick. Like, I'm about it.
Yeah. Now this is their follow-up almost 1 year later, which I still love it. Oops, shit, I messed that up.
Because it's like, it's really original, yet it feels strangely familiar because it kind of plays on that late 2000s emo scene
Definitely
that
does.
Attack was kind of starting to scratch the surface of.
Yeah.
And that kind of disappeared for a while. And now it's like, oh, hey, remember this sound?
Yeah.
Well, we're bringing it back and we're going to make it better.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. My thoughts exactly. This is the new one. We got the moves. I sent this to you earlier. I know. But
Yeah, this one is sick.
I love
this
this.
music video is ridiculous.
we got the moves. Oh, it's so.
This
catchy.
is like this reminds me if like Rammstein was American
I know.
and they were into pop culture.
I thought of Rammstein too when I heard it. Yeah.
The finger with the tiny microphone is life.
I think I almost like this one better. It's just as catchy though.
With the Kim Jong-un hair.
I love this lady.
This is exactly the type of band I would want to be in if I were in a band.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Like you kind of know that you're making what you're making on one hand, but like on the other hand, there would never be a dull moment. Like every moment would be fun.
It makes it fun because I think the problem and where a lot of bands start arguing and split up is because it's fun in the beginning and then it starts being really serious and they're like, we have to do something revolutionary and we have to continue this sound and we have to be deep and really have musical knowledge and impress people, and people start arguing. And with this genre that they're doing, it's like obviously very metal and very dope, but it's like we said, it's very ironic, but in a self-aware way to where they know they're being stupid, and that's a part of the music. So it's like they get to make music where they're like, okay, let's be serious and let's make a hit, but then they get to be like, okay, now let's put something really dumb in the song and let's have fun with it. So they get to explore two separate sides that keeps things original.
Yeah, it's like this is going to cause a lot of longevity for this band, I feel like, you know, if they keep this up.
We want to feel it just all over and over again. More, just give me more, cause we're addicted to the groove. Oh yeah, we do it again. We got the moves, we got the moves.
God, it hits though. Like it's actually good. That's what's crazy about it. It hits. His voice is very unique to that kind of music, which I love.
Yeah. And this like poppy chorus bit is way catchier than the last song.
I think so, yeah.
But the breakdowns in the last song were ridiculous.
Yeah. I like the breakdown here, but we'll get to it. This is so unexpected. I love it. It's so unexpected.
Now I feel like I'm at Electric Daisy Carnival or something.
Great transition. Oh, God. Oh, it's so good. Great transition.
It's sick.
Yeah.
It's nasty. I'm nauseous.
Oh. can't get enough of it, man. It's like it puts a smile on your face.
It's great because in the poppy dance bits, it's like it's catchy enough and corny enough to make you smile and bob your head.
Yeah.
But as soon as the metal comes back in, you feel like you're right back at home.
I
You're
know.
like, yeah.
I agree. I saw. Have you heard of that guy? I want to tell you the story real quick, based on that. Have you heard of that guy? I think it's Nick Hefner. He's getting really big on like the reaction scene.
Is he related to Hugh?
Right? No, but he's doing like a lot of reactions lately. He got, actually, it's kind of crazy because the first time I saw him was for Hypa, when he did his video for that, and he did one for this, and he got to do it with the band, which is really awesome. The band actually came in to do the reaction with him. Anyway, so he was talking to them, and they said at the end there that what the guy said was, "Fuck off, get off my lawn," but he said it in whatever German or whatever. So I thought that was really funny. Yeah, dude, it's good shit.
I love those. Those two songs are phenomenal. That's a band that, honestly, I don't know that I've ever said this about anyone before. That's a band where I would not be offended if they never released an album. They just decided to release singles for the rest of their life. Like,
yeah, they put out
just like every several months, like just release a single.
When they did Hypa, they put out an EP. I wasn't a huge fan of it, but I kind of understand why they went that way with it. It's basically still a Hypa single, but they put out some of their original stuff with just modern production techniques on it. And it did sound better, but those songs just aren't good at the end of the day, in my opinion. So
the
it's
trouble
like, yeah.
with that genre is it's really hard to repeat on an album level without
Right.
getting kind of old
Yeah.
or stale. Like, that's why I say I would be perfectly okay if they never released an album and they just kept doing this type of music and just released singles. That way, every time they released a song, it was similar, but you know, but new and original, and they would have time to craft it and work on it, and they wouldn't have to worry about releasing an album and doing it over and over and over. Like, I think there are certain types of music that it's perfectly okay for the artist to just be like, you know what, let's just release singles and let's just not release albums. And then later, years down the road, you can load all the singles onto an album and sell it as a package.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, exactly. No, I agree 100%. And the thing they did on the EP is they did that Hypa song with all their old stuff, just revamped with new production, which I don't like those songs, but they did one other one, which we won't react to today, but you should check it out on your own time. But they did one other one that was actually a little more serious, on the serious side. Just one, and it actually is really good, but I think that's smart. Like, if you're going to do that, like, make it few and far between. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to do, like, I understand their want to do, like, a serious song, you know, or something a little bit more serious, but, like, you got to do a few and far between. It's actually really good, though, the one new serious one they put out. It's not bad.
That's the difficult thing with that type of music, is at some point the band's going to get tired of doing it.
Yeah, but
it's fun. It's fun to do, and I feel like it's a little less stressful because you get to have fun while you're doing it. But I think at some point in your career, when people only know you as the band that does funny, silly stuff like that, at some point it's inevitable that the band's gonna go, we want to be respected as a band that does, you know, serious stuff. And then you start to switch up your sound, and then all of a sudden everybody's like, oh, you changed, and then people don't like you anymore, and then you break up.
I think what was, you know, yeah, I think what'll be different with this band, and this is just based on seeing them with that reactor, you know, and their attitude toward everything, is if they ever did decide to break away and try to do like a full serious album, like, they would probably all have the same attitude of, if this doesn't work, we'll just go back to the fun stuff, you know?
Right.
Like I feel like that, you know what I mean?
But their heavy stuff is good enough. The heavy stuff within these silly songs is more than good enough for I don't see how they could release an album full of songs just like those singles. I think it would be difficult to repeat on an album level, but I could definitely see how, you know, in the future they could release albums that are just entirely heavy with a couple fun singles thrown in.
Yeah, yeah,
But
that's true.
I think I was gonna say where other bands fail in the cross between rock or metal and pop and dance, where they fail with the cross is that they don't go far enough on both extremes.
Yeah.
Because you start getting into this really weird territory. Like when you're a rock bands that's crossing into pop music, you start getting into this Imagine Dragons territory where you get into this really strange, like cheesy, unoriginal sounding water where you're not quite sure what's off, but it just doesn't hit right. Or like, I know you probably have a different opinion, but there's a lot of like Bring Me the Horizon stuff that I don't like for that reason. That feels like I want it to be heavier and I don't understand why it isn't. And I know that it could be. And it's like they've adopted pop elements, but not gone heavy enough on the other side of the spectrum to balance it. And it starts sounding unoriginal. And so I think that's the balance that has to be had, that this band is doing perfectly, is when they're doing a pop dance sound, they're going all in on it. And then they're doing balls to the wall heavy metal breakdowns, and you're getting an equal balance, and they're also merging them to seamlessly you know, go in and out of each other. And I think that's the key to doing this type of music perfectly, is you have to not be afraid to go all in on both ends.
I think Bring Me the Horizon's a different case for me, only because I was with them from the very, very beginning, and I know what they used to be. And honestly, some people will disagree with me on this. I go back to when they were just nothing but heavy, and I actually am not a fan of it, personally, anymore. Like, there's a couple tracks on there that are bangers for sure. Like Pray for Plagues is still a banger. It's a great track. Braille is still a banger. That's a great track on their first album. And then the rest of them, I'm like, oh man, you know, it's a really hard thing to listen to. Part of it could be the production of it too back then, but I think a lot of it is like, I honestly, hearing it the other way, I guess, for myself for so long, is where I think you and I kind of like have differing opinions on Bring Me the Horizon. Because like, if you were with them from the beginning, it's like, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, oh man, it's like, you know that they can do something else. And I kind of like the pop thing that they took. And I personally think on Post-Human Survival, which is part one of a 4-part album, by the way, I don't know if you knew that, that they're going to be putting out. So we'll see what comes next with Post-Human, whatever they're going to call it. Yeah, I mean, I thought that they just figured it out perfectly finally, but they're one of those bands too. This is the other funny thing. I told you about this. They've always ridden on the coattails of a more talented band, which is Architects. Every time Architects did something, Bring Me the Horizon would do it 3 years later. But Bring Me the Horizon would just manage to make it bigger for some reason, even though I think Architects has done it better and more talented, you know, in a more talented way. So.
I think Architects pulls it off more
perfectly. Yeah. No.
So my problem with Bring Me the Horizon, at least in recent years, is, like I said, I think you get into problems when you don't go all in on certain extremes, when you are kind of lukewarm and you're crossing between this metal and pop, and you're kind of half-assing it in a sense and not really committing to either one.
Yeah.
My problem with the stuff, so my favorite stuff from Bring Me the Horizon is stuff like, for instance, Sugar Honey Ice and Tea. That
great
song
track. Yeah,
is a ballin' song. And there are literally like, there's like no metal elements to it. It's like this like pop rock sort of song. It's kind of its own thing, and it goes all in on it. And then there are other songs on that album and albums around it that feel like really bizarre, like it's kind of pop inspired, but then he does his like kind of hard gravelly vocals, but he's not really screaming. He just, you know, does those gravelly vocals, and I want him. I'm just like, if you're gonna do that, just freaking scream already. Like I don't like it. Feels like not going far enough on both extremes. So like Sugar Honey Ice and Tea, I feel like is more all in. We're dedicating ourselves to this sound.
Yeah.
Or like Mother Tongue is a separate like little separate sound, but I don't know. But they kind of go all in on something like that song. And I don't know. I like that. But then a lot of the album in the other sense with that album and then the one after it is just that it's this weird combination where it's not metal, but it's not pop either. It's this weird, like, I kind of want it to be pop, but I kind of want it to be metal, but obviously not enough because I'm not really going to scream. I don't like his gravelly vocals. I'm like,
yeah, I know that about you. Yeah.
I'm like, sing or scream.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And like you said, when I listen to the Architects, I feel like they pull it off much better because they commit to a sound.
I think it's the funniest thing in the world, because like I recognize like Architects as a more talented band, and I've always loved Architects from the beginning too. And I recognize that they have the more talent between the two, but even I myself can't deny I find myself listening to Bring Me the Horizon more. The problems that you were saying, though, I kind of found myself having on the Ammo album quite a bit, too. Where it was like, I did want them to commit to one or the other sometimes. But I felt like in Post-Human Survival, they completely fixed that. Have you heard Pray for Plagues? Let me ask you that. Because I'm going to play a little bit of it if you haven't. The first single that they've ever put out. Ever. Like, I
don't know.
Like, these guys were 16 years old when they did this. I'll play a little bit.
Probably not.
See.
If I have, I wouldn't remember it.
Pray for Plagues. Let's see. I'm gonna try to pull up a little bit of this. I just want to know what you think of their original like stuff because because of what you're saying. Maybe you like this better than I do because there are people that are like they're like diehard Bring Me the Horizon fans. It's weird because I am one and I don't feel this way anymore. Just like the original stuff. There are certain ones that just think the original stuff is the best, and it kind of goes into a little bit of what you're saying, but I am curious to know what you think of this. This is interesting.
Antonio Soprano.
Oh, shoot.
Growing up with the family takes its toll.
Don't dock us, guys. We've already reacted to this.
Story. It's gonna be like a war. You talking about facing
I better mute it just in case.
We'll just react again. So this looks like a pretty good movie.
It does.
October 1st, everybody.
Oh, shit. Wait, let me go back to it.
Oh, was that in the middle of the song?
Yeah, hang on. I don't know what happened there. Okay, there we go.
I liked it.
It was good. There we go. This is actually good.
I always picture the drummer.
Oh yeah, me too. Every time. Very angry man.
That's like black metal scream.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of that type of screaming.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Like eventually, like I like the song though. When you get to the breakdown, it's dope. It's coming up.
It's hilarious to listen to this though in comparison.
I know it's crazy. It's wild.
Way different.
Yeah. It's wild, dude. It's like that's Bring Me the Horizon. It's crazy. There we go. That's dope. That was one of the things about Bring Me the Horizon back in the day that pulled everybody in. It was the breakdowns. Because they did have that black metal thing going on, but then you got to the breakdowns, it was like, they're too damn catchy.
This is hilarious, because this is like dark. Like, this is like metal, and then they've just gone so far away from it. Which, I mean, I'm the type of person that I'm an advocate for artists doing what they feel like they need to do creatively.
Yeah.
And I think people give artists way too much flack for experimenting and going in new directions. I think I think nobody understands how difficult it is to make an entire career out of music and be stuck in one sound.
Yeah.
And people expect you to keep making hits with that one sound, but you outgrow it and you get tired of it. As a fan, when I like a band, I want them to sound the same, but as a creative person that, you know, respects songwriting, I totally understand people wanting to, you know, get into new areas with their sound, you know, even though I might not like it as a fan.
Yeah, it's funny though, because you're kind of pulling back a little bit. Like, maybe don't go full heavy Bring the Horizon, because I've heard that.
No, I know. I actually like it. Like, I don't love that, like, verging into like almost a black metal type of sound.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of that type of metal necessarily, but if they're going for that sound, they're pulling off what they're trying to do.
True.
They've gone all in,
It's
and
a
that's
good
what I'm
point.
talking
That's a
about.
good point.
Is I want you to go all in on the sound that you're going for, you know.
Yeah.
And
That's a good point.
so no, I don't find a problem with that whatsoever. I'm saying that you know, a band starts off with that sound and then they start getting into a poppier sound. As a fan, it's upsetting because you might be like, no, they sold out, I want them to be heavy forever.
Yeah.
And you know, I can understand that point of view, but from a creative aspect, I understand why a band like them would be like, let's do something new, let's do something way different. Like, I'm just tired of doing this music. Like,
in your spare time, do me a favor, because I want to know what you think of this record from them in your spare time, because I think as far as like sticking on one lane while still kind of incorporating just like a slight bit of the pop, I think this is the one they did the best on, which was longest album title ever. You ready for this? There is a hell, believe me, or there's a heaven, believe me, I've seen it. There's a hell, let's keep it a secret. Longest album title ever. Love that album though. But you'll enjoy that one, I think. On your own time, check that one out. I recommend that for you based on what you're saying on that. But it's crazy to go back even just now listening to that, and like it's like, how did this become like one of the biggest bands of all time? Like, they are like right now like undoubtedly one of the more popular bands out there.
You wouldn't even know, like, listening to their newer stuff, you wouldn't even know that was them.
Yeah.
Going back to the early stuff.
It's wild.
You have no
dude.
idea.
It's fucking wild, dude. Yeah.
Especially when there's more singing now and there's more screaming before.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm the type of person, I have an issue with like when someone can sing and when someone can scream and they decide to combine the two and do this like gravelly singing. That's like, I get really irritated with that sound. It's like why I never liked bands like 3 Days Grace. That's like, I just get really annoyed with those type of vocals.
I agree. I'm with you on that. Like bands like Nickelback, 3 Days Grace, those types of things. I'm like, yeah.
Well, to be fair, Nickelback does what they want to do and they pull it off. For what they're trying to do, they pull it off.
I disagree. I think that's bad.
I don't think I mean, obviously there are opinions about Nickelback, and I wouldn't consider myself a Nickelback fan. But
yeah,
I think for the type of music that they wanted to make, I mean, they pulled it off. That, you know, whether that type of music is something that everybody wants to hear,
I disagree with it because, like, I don't know. Because by the way, this is the crazy thing about me, because I have such a hatred for Nickelback now. I actually like their first album. Their first album was really good, in my opinion. Like, to me, that was what they were trying to pull off, if you ever go back. And I think that they just, like, went away from it, like, in a big way. Like, they became, like, once they started doing, like, softer songs, it felt like everything had to be soft. And then when it got into, like, then when they tried to go back into, like, heavy stuff, it was almost one of those things, kind of like we were saying earlier, where you can kind of sniff the bullshit of it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're just trying to do it now, but it's like, it's just not them anymore. I feel like that's been my biggest problem with Nickelback since probably their second record, is that they are just like one of the most lost bands ever. I feel like in what they're doing. Like,
I do think that the hatred of Nickelback, I am very skeptical. I think that they started it. I think it was a
You think so?
genius marketing tactic because, dude, they got wildly popular from everybody hating them because their name was in everybody's mouth. Everybody was tweeting about it, joking about it. It's a genius
Yeah.
marketing tech. I actually remember when my sister was in college, she took a music business class, and she told me that they had a conversation about this in their music business class about how genius it is to piggyback off of that hatred. It's almost like what Kanye West does. Like, his name is
We
in
gotta talk about
everybody's
Donda,
mouth,
too, by the way.
and
I agree
people
with
argue about Kanye constantly, and because of it, he always sells.
I agree
His
with that on
tickets,
Kanye.
his
Yeah.
albums. You can hate him as much as you want, but the fact that you hate him is exactly why he's so popular, because
Yeah.
you're always talking about him, and it's a genius way to market if you can take the heat.
With Nickelback, and then we got to talk about Donda because that album was something. But with Nickelback, I feel like if that's the case, and I don't think it's a bad theory that you have, but if that's the case, it exploded in their faces, like with them. But with Kanye continues to succeed every time. He wants you to hate him as a person. That's very clear. Like, I think that's very clear. But when the music is just as damn good as it is on Donda, let's talk about Donda. Because I put this thing on, man, and I gotta be honest, like, I heard Donda. I'm like, oh my God, what's he doing? What's he gonna do? And then it goes in, man. It goes in, and I'm like, I'm in love with it. You know, like, I'm in love with that. Is it Jesus? Is that the name of it? What's that first song called? After the
Jail.
Donda rant. Why did I say Jesus? I knew it started with the J. Jail.
I mean, it makes sense. It would make
but
sense.
it talks about Jesus, right? It talks about Jesus. And Jail Part 2 is even better because of Marilyn Manson. But
so the running theory about the Donda chant is that that's supposed to represent his mother's final heartbeats.
Really? Ooh.
That's the running theory. And I saw another guy make a video. This isn't a theory, this is a fact. If you listen to the cadence of the Donda chant, when Jail starts, the main synth sound in the background, the dana,
yeah,
dana, it follows the same rhythm as the
does.
Donda chant.
I noticed that.
So
yeah,
it continues into the next. It's one fluid thing. So
yeah. So you love the album, right? Like I loved it.
I love it.
Yeah.
I do. I think I understand why people don't like Kanye. I always have.
Yeah,
he's not for everybody.
Yeah.
But I think his stuff is just Kanye's Kanye. He's his own genre. He always has been.
Yeah.
He's always been a trendsetter in the hip hop world. Literally always. He's always been ahead of the curve. Like even before he started making music, he was producing hits for everybody. He was producing Common albums. He was producing for Jay-Z.
He produced Encore. From Jay-Z.
He was a major heavy hitter in production before he even decided to make his own album.
Right.
And then as soon as he started making music, he shot for the stars. And then you've got things like 808s and Heartbreaks, which was really poorly received at the time. And now people go back and look on it as a huge influential sound to hip hop. And even today, a lot of music is getting inspiration from that type of sound.
Exactly.
And same thing with Yeezus. Yeezus was another one that kind of people weren't sure at first, and then within a few years everything was starting to adopt that sound. And The Life of Pablo was really random and really weird and experimental at the time, and then all of a sudden everybody started sounding like The Life of Pablo. Like Kanye, you love to hate his music. Like you hate it when you first hear it, but then all of a sudden it starts a trend, and then it catches on and you're like, dang, this is good.
Yeah.
Like, so I don't know. I think Donda to be fair, I think most people hate on Donda for the pure fact that for two reasons. One of them is that he's very religious now, and he has his roots in hip hop, which you know, you can be religious and make hip hop music, but hip hop in the mainstream genre is not religious content. It's very much the opposite. It is very worldly, very lewd, very dirty. So when you have an artist that is like balls deep in hip hop and hip hop culture, and then decides, like, you know, I'm really religious and I'm going to speak about that. Now you've got all these fans that find issue with it because they find Christian music to be corny, and you look at all the music through that lens. I think Kanye is the perfect example. That, as somebody who is religious and grew up religious, I think Kanye's new music is a perfect example of how religious music doesn't have to be corny. And I don't know why Christian music is always so corny, because it doesn't have to be. And Kanye has shown us you can make quality radio like hit music with Christian influences and not be cringy.
I will say this about on that point though, because the one thing that I don't like this when any artist does it, the fact that he only put out a clean version. I get that he's religious now and all, but I don't like that when any artist does it. I want to hear it how it was recorded. You know, that's like my thing. It's like, it's not so much of like, oh, the F-bombs just make it that much more edgy. Like, I can still recognize a good song when I hear it, but it just bothers me because it's like, especially when you got like a really good rapper on there, it almost like it ruins the flow when you skip that beat. You know what I mean? It's one of those things.
I understand, but at the same time, I don't think we missed a whole lot because there weren't a lot of cuss words on that album. There really weren't. There were very few. Even if they unbleeped them, you could probably count on one hand. There just weren't, and most of them were the N-word. Like, most of them weren't even like traditional curse words.
No, I'm not saying it completely ruined it for me or anything like that. I'm just saying that I'm never gonna like that when any artist does it. That's always gonna bother me just a little bit. But now, one of the songs that surprised me too was Off the Grid, which is track 4 on the album. And the reason I love that is because
it started playing in my head as soon as you said it.
Well, the reason I love it is because, first of all, Kanye has a great verse on that. It's one of the first times in a long time that he's like went in like that. Secondly, it goes back to his roots, but he's got all this new experience that he can throw into the production on it. And so it just surprised the hell out of me. And the other thing, like right after that, was Hurricane, which I did not expect to hear The Weeknd on this album. That was really cool. So this album was so good through and through, and it really is my favorite Kanye album. I think I like it better than at least the last 3. Jesus is King I liked and I respected a lot, but it's not one I go back to frequently. And I love a lot, love it a lot, is Life of Pablo. I really love a lot. What's the one? It wasn't really an album. It felt more like an EP where it's like, I was thinking about killing you. It had bangers on it.
That was Yay.
Great record. Great fucking
dude,
record.
I loved that record. Yeah. So good. But underrated.
The last one that he put out that I revisit frequently was Jesus. And Donda, I can see myself revisiting more frequently than Jesus.
It's funny because Jesus is the polar opposite of Donda. Because
it's weird.
Jesus was Kanye had a God complex.
Yeah.
Like, he was comparing himself to God. Like Jesus is almost blasphemous.
Yeah, it is.
And Donda is like Kanye's
right?
On his knees, like very humble. Like, it's funny, but no, Jesus is the album slaps. I mean, it was influential. It was a crazy album.
I don't buy that he's Christian, by the way. I think that's all a part of it. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I think he's genuinely Christian. I think if he wasn't, it would have blown over by now.
No, I think he's gonna play into it as long as he can. I don't buy into that. The fact that he's like I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. I think he's still the same. With the only difference now is he's on meds, but I think that he's the same fucking person he was back when.
No, I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's anything to buy because he's been extremely he's been extremely consistent with it.
You don't
Like
think it's a marketing technique?
No, I don't.
I do.
I think he's been extremely consistent with
He has
him
been.
being religious. Literally everything he does is based around being religious now. Every time he speaks, his language is different. He's in, you know, that's what happens when you start getting heavier into any religion, but you know, Christianity, because that's the point of Christianity, is you're supposed to be a transformed person. And that's what happens. Everybody I've ever known that has, you know, gotten what we call gotten saved, everybody it happens to. Your personality changes because the reason for you living completely changes. So and I see that in him, because he doesn't really act the same that he does. Like, he's still Kanye, he's still crazy Kanye, but at the same time, I don't know. I don't think it's a marketing ploy whatsoever. I think people thought it was at first, and at this point, it's lasted for much longer than people anticipated.
Yeah, I'm just like, I'll wait it out. Like, you know, I'm just not gonna buy it, you know, right now. I still think it's a thing, but
even people screenshotting their text with him, like other artists. So he fired one of his engineers because his engineer
heard about this.
Slept through his alarm and was late. And Kanye fired him and told him, go find God. He said, call me back when you find God. The guy posted a screenshot of the text and everyone was
I
dying.
think that's the thing, though. This is what I'm kind of getting at, though, is that I think Kanye is almost like, I think he's like comparative to like a method actor. That's kind of how I look at him. So like, if he wants to be Christian, he's gonna be Christian, but he's doing it for the method of it. You know, it's like Daniel Day-Lewis being Lincoln the whole time. You know what I mean? I feel like that about Kanye. Like, I feel like in his mind, he's like, I want to take on the persona of a born again Christian type of thing. You know, so I want to do that.
So where I disagree there is I don't think Kanye looks at it as being a method actor. I think Kanye literally becomes what you call a character. It literally is his personality.
Well,
and that's something that we have to understand. We know he supposedly, as far as I know, has bipolar disorder.
Yeah.
And something we have to understand about bipolar disorder that a lot of people don't get is, with bipolar disorder, so it's traditionally recognized by you can dramatically swing between a state of depression and a state of mania. So the depression can hit and get you stuck and completely change your personality, and you get stuck in it. And then something can trigger mania, and mania causes you to become obsessive about things. And it causes everything in your life may change. You know, you may be really depressed, and then all of a sudden you hit a manic episode and you get really into racing, and all of a sudden you drop $10,000 to build a race car, and you do nothing but build that car for weeks or months, when everybody is like, you've never been into that before. Like, someone with a serious bipolar disorder can have episodes like that, where you know, at the flip of a switch, sometimes they can enter these phases where they do more unpredictable manic type of things. And so, with thinking about somebody like Kanye and how many times we've heard him almost change at the drop of a hat as a person, feels very influenced by a bipolar disorder and hitting a manic phase. And you know, but that's not to say that somebody with bipolar isn't a normal person and gets into new things or could get into religion or whatever. But I think it's easier for somebody with bipolar disorder to kind of latch onto something and become obsessive about it and really adopt it as part of their personality obsessively. I think, looking at his track records and looking at where he's at currently, I think it makes total sense.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like I said, when people get religious, it's a normal thing to happen for it to completely take over your life. But I think he is a marketing genius. He is a musical marketing genius. And I think when he gets his head around an idea, I think there are times where he can do things just for marketing, and there are times where he just gets obsessed with things, and that's just how it is, and he finds a way to market it.
Yeah.
And I think he's always been religious, but I think talking to something caused him to dive deeper and take his religion more seriously. And he got obsessive about it, and that's his life now, and he's figured out how to be Kanye still while being in this totally new lane. And that's what's interesting, because no Christian artist has ever done that before. Like, when have you ever seen a solely Christian artist at like Kanye level, where people are anticipating their release and like leading pop culture? Like, it's very interesting.
All right, I'll put it this way after hearing that, because you actually brought up some really valid points. Now I'm kind of at like, I'm 75% convinced now after your valid points, but there's still 25% of me that thinks it could be a marketing scheme.
It's 50-50 too, because I've talked to people that feel that way too. Some people I talk to think that he's just a genius and everything he does is on purpose and it's all an act. And the other 50% of people I talk to go, no.
Yeah.
He's legitimately, he has some battles going. Some people think he's downright crazy. Some people, just think that he's got some mental battles that cause him to kind of flip-flop. And obviously he is a marketing genius, but like, I tried to convince somebody several years ago that he's a genius and he does everything on purpose.
Yeah.
And their response was, I don't think he's as smart as you think he is. I think he legitimately has a few screws loose. And we think that he does everything on purpose, but he just falls into these crazy periods where we follow his every move and we start analyzing it too much. So I mean, I see why people think both things, but I definitely do think he is a marketing genius.
Me too.
But
I agree with that. I'm saying that the skeptic in me plays into the fact that he's a marketing genius. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I really think that that's all it is. 25% of me now, because you brought up some really valid points there. This is going to be a very poor segue to this, I guess, but we do need to watch this Matrix trailer. I've been dying since fucking Thursday. And that's why I'm like bringing it up out of the blue in this particular conversation.
I almost watched it yesterday on accident. We were watching a YouTube video on our TV and an ad came up, which happened to be the trailer for The Matrix, but I didn't realize it was The Matrix right away. So I watched like 5 or 10 seconds of it and I was like, no, turn it off. I can't watch it yet.
Let me pull it up here. The Matrix Resurrections trailer. I am so excited, dude.
I'm really excited.
Dude, we get to do this together. This is actually very exciting. So, like, let me just, everybody knows this. I think I've talked about it on the show enough. I am not a fan of 2 and 3, but you are. Am I correct on that? Like, you liked all 3. Am I right?
I do. I like them because I watched them in theaters when I was little and I was kind of obsessed with them.
Yeah. I think we both agree the first one, incredible. The best one so far, right? Like, we both agree that the first one was the best one. So, and most fans agree that 2 and 3 were pretty poor, I think. But I think on the same hand, it doesn't matter. I think like the title of Resurrections almost has like a self-awareness to it, which I really like for this. And I'm dude, like, I have chills. I like right now, even just talking about it, because while I have this kind of like thing to me where I'm like, I don't know why I should be excited because I didn't like the last 2. But there's the other part of me that's like, what if they can resurrect it? You know what I mean? What if this trailer gets me so hyped that it makes me feel like...
I'm pretty confident that it's going to be a good movie. I don't know why.
I know. It's like there's this certain part of me that's like thinking maybe this trailer is going to be great. But let's get into it. Let's watch it, man. I am excited as hell. I'm anxious. I think it's the curiosity that's getting me right now. Like, it really is the curiosity and the alcohol that's really putting me on edge for this, because like I'm
so excited.
I know some of these things I gotta know. So we're not gonna watch this obviously yet, because there's an ad, of course. 3, 2, 1, and we can skip it. And then I don't know why it's midway through. Why does this keep doing this? Because I did not watch this yet. So, okay, man, you can see it. We're ready. The Matrix Resurrections trailer reaction. Let's get it.
Thomas? You seem particularly triggered right now. Can you tell me what happened?
I knew that was Neil Patrick Harris that I heard.
Am I crazy? We don't use that word in here.
Oh my God. Oh, love this song. Jefferson Airplane. One pill.
Hi.
What the hell?
Have we met?
One pill makes you larger.
Taking the blue pills.
One pill makes you small. And the ones that mother gives you don't do anything at all. Go ask Alice when she's 10 feet tall.
Time to fly.
Yeah, I'll say this in a minute. I'll wait.
If you want the truth, Neo, you're going to have to follow me.
The only thing that matters to you is still here. I know it's why you're still fighting and why you will never give up.
You don't know me. No?
Dope! Dope!
Merry Christmas, me.
Yeah. Oh.
There's so much to take in.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
What the? Oh, that was cool.
That was dope.
After all
With the
these years,
rocket, he
going back to
redirected
where
that
it all
rocket.
started. Back to the Matrix.
There's got to be more after this little title card, I bet. Right? Oh, maybe not. Maybe that's it. Okay, I'm sold. Where you at? I mean, I'll let you go first because you're a fan of all of them. So.
I need to rewatch the third one. I don't remember
Yeah.
where it left off, honestly.
Well, he's dead. So we got to know why he came back. Why'd he come back? That's the thing the trailer didn't tell us. Him and Carrie-Anne Moss's character.
Well, he's taken the blue pill, and he looks in the mirror and he's like an old man. So he's been taking the blue pill. So obviously, you know, part of the blue pill in the original was basically willful ignorance. You take the blue pill and you continue to be a part of this reality, but you're unaware of what's happening. You're ignorant to everything.
So is he stuck in the Matrix the whole time? Is that what I'm getting at? Is that what you're getting at? Do you think that's what's going on?
I think that's what's going on. Is he's still in the Matrix and he's taking the blue pill, which makes him unaware that he's in the Matrix, which makes him unaware of what's going on with his surroundings.
Yeah.
So once he takes the red pill, he begins to be aware of what's actually happening.
Right.
So he's
right. Yeah, it makes sense. Like, I think that's cool because that's gonna bring it back into the simplicity, in my opinion, that made that first one great. Like, even though we're gonna be in this like Matrix world, you can almost create your own like sort of self-contained thriller within the Matrix itself, if that makes sense. So like, I think that's kind of what it's going for. It seems like it with high action for sure, because these movies need to have action. If you don't have great action in these movies, it doesn't work. But when I watched this, it reminded me of why I am so excited for it is the Keanu-sans, man. Keanu's coming in with his John Wick training, dude. He's not just coming in here with like just to play Neo again. He's playing Neo again the best he could because he's got this John Wick training to him. The practicality of it, man, looked great. Like there was
He's
a lot
got
of
a
practical
beard.
effects. Yeah, it just, you know what this made this so great is it just seems less CGI focused. You know what I mean? It does. It seems like it's going to focus back on their practical effects a little bit more. It has CGI for sure, but it just seems less CGI focused.
I love that the classic Matrix moves, like when they're moving like this,
Yeah.
that those still look very similar to how they did with like the rippling effects.
Yeah.
Like because that's classic Matrix. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
What's interesting is I can't put my finger on why exactly. I'll have to go back and rewatch them, but visually it looks very different.
Yes.
As far as like color grading and cinematography and
It
stuff,
does.
like it all looks very different.
But I think that's important. I think that's going to be very important. The you know, I mean the old ones, the original trilogy, I guess, of the Matrix. I mean, they had a very green hue going over the entire.
Yeah, they didn't feel as like smooth and saturated and modern.
Mm-hmm.
They felt more of like a gray green, like flat sort of, which is the classic Matrix look. So part of me kind of misses that just by looking at this, but we'll see. This one looks like more of a modern action movie, like just blockbuster action type of look.
Oh, look wise, yeah, for sure. But I also I think that the modern sort of like production going into it is gonna benefit it like a whole hell of a lot. Like if I'm being honest, like I think that's gonna benefit it because while I like the first one a lot, I think it's revolutionary. It's awesome. It's very dated in its effects, so I think that that's going to benefit it quite a bit. The other,
but the funny thing is, if you go back and watch the original, it holds up surprisingly well.
I agree.
We watched
it does.
I think last year we watched the first and the second one again, and my jaw dropped. I was like, "How does this still hold up so well?" So I don't know. I don't think the first one is as bad as I thought it would be.
It holds up, but like the thing with it, it's not a problem because I think it's like almost it's a damn near perfect movie. Just looking at it, it holds up, but like it holds up in the sense because the effects that were there they look dated, but they use them sparingly enough as to where like 2 and 3 they just exploded with dated effects. That's not why I have a problem with those movies, by the way. It's more or less like because 2 is actually an okay movie. Take the rave scene out of it, by the way. That rave scene is fucking terrible in that second movie.
with the motorcycle.
I hate that rave scene. It's probably the worst part of it.
I think he still has that motorcycle,
yeah.
if I remember right. I watched a video where he showed his motorcycles.
Give him the motorcycle, but the rave doesn't need to be there. I mean, come on. The rave scene goes on for 20 minutes.
Rave. I thought you said the race.
No, the
where
race
they're like racing down the highway.
It's fine. I don't really have a problem with the race. I get what you're saying. The rave scene it goes on for 20 fucking minutes in that movie, and there's no reason for it.
I very vaguely remember the rave scene.
Horrible. It doesn't need to be in it. You could take that scene out; it would fix the movie. Not fix it completely. Where he's doing that fight, one of the other things I liked about the second one though is like when he's doing that fight and there's like multiple Neos and all that. That shit was cool in the second one. Even though it kind of looks dated now, it looks really cool. Like it's kind of a cool concept.
Mr. Anderson.
But one of the things to point out here is that everybody was talking about how Lawrence Fishburne wasn't going to be in the movie. They were bitching about it. Now we know why. It's young Morpheus. We're not going to get the old Morpheus. And then, so now we have a reason to why Lawrence Fishburne isn't in the movie.
Well, I'm curious as to whether he'll actually be in it at some point, though.
He'll probably cameo. He's probably lying his ass off.
They have to. They have to.
Like fucking who's lying now? Which we gotta talk about this too. because we haven't really gotten into it together on a show yet. But the fucking Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield keep saying they're not in the movie for Spider-Man 3. It's like the same thing with Lawrence Fishburne, I feel like, right? Like he's got to be lying.
Don't lie to me, boy.
Oh, Greg. Yeah,
oh, Greg.
Man. Dude, do you think that Toby and Andrew are absolutely in Spider-Man 3? Do you think it's an absolute?
I feel like they are.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just that I want them to be. I don't think it doesn't make sense why they would bring in the old villains and not bring in the old Spider-Man too. Like, come on.
Well, this is interesting though, because today I think CBR.com broke the story. There was a behind the scenes video that was put out there on accident. It means somebody got fired from Sony again. And it had apparently Andrew Garfield was in it with Tom Holland. So there you go. And like they were, he actually like had a line of dialogue in the footage or whatever. Apparently you can't, I haven't been able to find it. Sony took it down. They got rid of it. All of the leaked footage that was out there. So I don't know, man. Supposedly Andrew's definitely in the movie, at least Andrew. Toby's got to be in it.
He's got to be.
Yeah. You love that trailer though, right? Like that was the Spider-Man.
Oh
trailer
yeah,
was fucking cool.
Amazing.
Yeah, because like, dude, when Doc Ock showed up, like even though we knew he was coming, like it still made me flip out. You know, like you can't see Alfred Molina as Doc Ock and not flip out. You know, like it's just like you can't.
He still looks good too.
That's what I said. I said he looks good. Like they gave him like there's something new going on. Like
it's been like 20 years. Guy still looks great.
Fuck, that's right. I could talk to you about this because you watched Loki.
Yeah.
See, what I think is more likely is this is a variant of Doc Ock, right? Because he's not exactly the same aesthetically. Like he's got the glasses. He used to in Spider-Man 2, he's wearing like goggles. These are like actual sunglasses. So this has to be like a variant, I would think, right? Like that's kind of how I looked at it. I feel like it's gonna be
it makes sense. I mean, because it's a multiverse, so there could be many different versions.
Yeah, dude, what did you think of Loki? You love Loki, right? Didn't you like?
I loved it.
Yeah,
I loved it.
I got to get your take on that because, like, I liked it. Well, I liked it a lot. I'll put it that way. I don't know if I'm quite with you, like where I loved it, but I liked it quite a bit. Like, it's really good. I what I liked about Loki is it's kind of the bridge to what we're going to be seeing next. You know what I mean? That's what I felt about it. And it built it really well. So I respect it on that level. Did you what did you think at the end? Because like, I don't know if you had, because you're like you didn't read a lot of comics, right? When you were coming up or yeah. So like,
I didn't like to read when I was little.
Fair enough. So like Kane the Conqueror, right? Like you didn't like know who that was till he showed up, right? Like till he said who he was. But like that guy, Jonathan Majors, that performance I thought was great, and it's very divisive amongst fans. I thought he was really good, and like I'm looking at that guy like that's going to be a really interesting villain in this universe, because he's got this like everything about him. It almost seems schizophrenic in a way, you know what I mean? To where he's like not to like downplay actual schizophrenia, but he's almost got this thing to him where he's like. He's kind of all over the place. That was kind of the performance he was given, but you're looking at a guy who's like traveled multiple different timelines, and he's gonna have that kind of personality. I felt like, so that's one of the things I liked about him. I don't know, what did you dig about Loki most of all, though? Like, I want to know, as somebody like who loved it, like you, like what was the thing that stood out?
My favorite thing about it is that previously I liked Loki as a character, but I didn't feel like I had enough reasons to love him like other people loved him.
That's a good point.
Because constantly over and over again, he's disappointing you in the movies. You think you're going to love him, and then he does something that you really don't like. And I didn't feel like I had, seen him enough also to warrant really falling in love with his character. But so my favorite thing about this series really is that it took a character that I felt like could be very lovable, that I wanted to love, but I didn't have a reason to, and I didn't see enough. And I, was kind of yearning for some more character development. And this series really, I mean, it takes you on a roller coaster ride where you're not sure if you can trust him or not. You're not sure if you should like him or not. And
I agree. I agreed with that. Yeah.
They take you on this wonderful roller coaster of character development where in the end he really surprises you and you genuinely fall in love with him. And you know, by the end of the series I found myself like, damn, like I love Loki. Like what an amazing character.
I agree with that.
And
yeah,
I don't know, I just really loved everything about it. I really just loved the style of the show in general.
Cool.
The fact that these people are like regulating timelines in a multiverse, and obviously this is a very futuristic idea, a very advanced idea, and stylistically they're stuck in the 70s and the 60s.
Yeah,
like stylistically there's a lot of oranges and there's a lot of rounded, like there's not a lot of corners like in the 70s, like how everything furniture was kind of like simplistic and rounded and like you know, oranges and browns and yellows and stuff. So like from like a set design perspective, a cinematography perspective, and what do you call it, like outfits,
costume design.
Yeah. In terms of that, just amazing, like really cohesive,
really well,
really beautiful. It really it makes you feel like you're in old era, but at the same time you're in the future. Oddly enough, they've pulled off this really interesting feeling. And I don't know, the story just took you on a ride, and it really, like you said, it sets the tone for the rest of this Marvel universe that we're in to really bring in the multiverse. And Owen Wilson was in it, and that's all I need to say, really.
And he started talking about jet skis. My whole feeling throughout that entire season was like, somebody put this man in a damn jet ski. Like, let his fate end with that. But they kind of ended with the season 2 like cliffhanger, and I love that as well. Like I was like, okay, I'm ready for another season of Loki. Good shit, dude.
Love that there's gonna be a season 2. I'm jacked about it. Like it was the one, like, not that the other Marvel series weren't good, because they were, all of them have been really good, but Loki is the one that I was like, I gotta have more. I have to have a season 2.
Yeah.
The other ones made sense to me that they could stop at one season.
Agreed.
But this one, I was like, they better give me more, or I'm gonna be mad.
Yeah. See, like my feelings on all the shows so far has like been WandaVision. I loved up until the end. I thought the finale of WandaVision was extremely disappointing. Falcon Winter Soldier actually has been my personal favorite of the 3. I actually really liked the sort of it just had this like really gritty style to it, and I actually liked how they. Have you seen Falcon Winter Soldier?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I liked how they did they transitioned Sam into Captain America. I thought that was done so smooth, and the relationship between Sam and Bucky to me is what carried that so well, and it just like was done not like almost perfectly for what it was gonna be. What I like a lot about Loki, which is my second favorite overall of all the shows, is that they ended up, you know, what came out of Loki is that they now have a device to bridge together all of the phases that Marvel wants to go through, because Loki doesn't take place in one specific timeline. You can throw it amongst multiple different timelines, especially now that Loki just knows how to travel through all these timelines. And that's what I think is really incredible about it, is the fact that they're going to be able to use this as a device to transition through the phases. When you see Shang-Chi, which I'm assuming you haven't gone out yet to see it.
Not yet.
Okay.
I've heard great things though.
You'll kind of get where everything is really going. Did you watch Black Widow?
No, I still haven't watched that, dude.
Fuck, dude. I want to talk to you about it so bad. Because you saw Falcon Winter Soldier. That's all I'll say without giving anything away. Because you know what happens in Falcon Winter Soldier. I really want to talk to you about Black Widow too. Really want to talk to you about Shang-Chi more so, though, because Shang-Chi to me, as you could tell from my review, best Marvel movie in a long time. But yeah, man, I think that Loki, like, you know, I don't know, do you have that same feeling where like Loki could be used as kind of a device to like bridge all their phases together as they go along now? Like, that's kind of what I want it to be while still making a great show. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, when you start getting into timelines and the multiverse, Marvel really cheated here, because now when you get into a multiverse and different timelines, you can do anything you want. All the rules are out of the window. Like they literally so traditionally in movies, you back yourself into a corner if you, for instance, you kill off a character that you kill off, and then 10 years later you decide, you know what, we're going to continue this series because it's popular, but now we killed off this character, so we have to think of a corny way to bring them back, and the fans are going to hate it because it's not right, or we have to continue without them, or you know, because you have a regulation, because that's how life works. But now Marvel's got a cheat code. They've got a multiverse. They can do whatever the hell they want.
Exactly.
They can kill off everybody, any character, and they can bring them all back. It doesn't even matter, because they have a multiverse, and it's like the biggest cheat code. It's like honestly, it's the biggest cop out ever, but in the greatest way, because it's original, because there aren't a lot of movies that deal with parallel universes and multiverses. So it is an original idea, but at the same time, it's a cheat code, and it's not fair.
Yeah, but on the same hand, that kind of worries me too. Like, I won't lie to you, because I think that a solidified like character death is like, it raises
nothing
the
becomes
stakes.
permanent in a multiverse.
Yeah, like when Black Widow died, suddenly the stakes got raised in Endgame, right? Like, it's like, oh, anybody can go now. And obviously with the given circumstances, they're gonna keep Black Widow dead. But that's a different story. But that worries me. Like, I don't want to see Iron Man come back. I don't want to see Captain America come back from the dead.
Well, yeah,
you know?
what's your opinion though? Do you think at some point in the MCU, do you think Iron Man's gonna come back?
No, but well, possibly, because
I think he is.
I think that I think money talks. So yeah, like, I gotta look at it from the business standpoint. Like, money talks. So yeah, but I think it's more likely because now they're gonna do Captain America 4. I actually think it's more likely that Steve Rogers, like they said in Falcon Winter Soldier, he is hanging out on the moon in his own little base, and Sam was lying the whole time. So I bet you we see Steve Rogers.
That would be really funny if he's just, like, sitting on the moon.
I'd be okay with that, because they never actually killed that character. You know what I mean? They just showed him old. They've never actually killed him yet.
It would almost be funnier if they proved that he was hanging out on the moon, but he never actually gets back into the MCU. Like,
right.
He's literally sipping Mai Tais on the moon, and he's like, no, I don't want to come back.
That's what I mean. Like, I want it to be like a post-credit in Captain America 4 when that comes out. But no, you need to pass on the torch too, because like, I think that, like, for me, like with Falcon Winter Soldier, I'm excited to see Sam Wilson take on that mantle. I think it was a big moment for him to do so. And I can't remember, it's Charlie something, that actor, dude, in Falcon Winter Soldier, the old guy that he continuously visited throughout.
Oh yeah,
he was great, man. I want to see him again.
Character.
He was the heart of the thing, you know what I mean? Like, by the end of it, and like, that was the other thing about Falcon Winter Soldier. It had heart where you didn't expect it to. That was one thing I really loved about it, man. And like, even like, and so many people like, and while I didn't have this exact reaction to it, so many people were texting me like after the episode where Sam and Bucky worked on the boat, and I had a ton of people text me and say, oh my gosh, I cried so hard when it was just like Sam and Bucky bonding over the boat. While I didn't have that reaction to it, I understand it. That bond like was really cool, man, and the way that Buck stepped in, dude, and helped him out, and that story to me, I like the messages behind Falcon Winter Soldier. That's what connected to me on it, was the messages behind it. It really did have heart where you didn't expect it to have heart, you know what I mean? But yeah,
I agree. I went into I went into that series not expecting to dislike it, but
Of course.
I went into it with no expectations.
Yeah.
Not expecting to love it at all. Because Bucky as a character I didn't feel connected enough to feel really excited about seeing him. And in even Sam, even though I like his character, I feel like with all of the other heroes being such heavy hitters, they kind of overshadowed some of the smaller characters. And now with all of the major heavy hitters being gone, and we get the smaller guys moving into the limelight, I didn't expect to really fall in love with them, just because I haven't had that basis, that connection with them like I've had with Iron Man or Captain America. But then watching it, I found myself halfway through the season, like, I love Sam and I love Bucky and I love their relationship. And I was genuinely happy to see him take on the Captain America role. It made me really happy to finally see him, on the last episode, step into it and give his little speech. And I felt really happy, and I felt very comfortable about passing on the Captain America torch to Sam. And so I think there's a lot to be said about a series that I can go into with no expectations, not expecting to love it, not really loving either character just because I didn't have enough background or attachment to them. And then by the end, I found myself like, I could go for some more of this. Like, this is great.
Yeah, I hear that, man. And that's the nice thing about the television or streaming shows that you get, is that extra character.
That's the nice thing about the television.
Adjust your sets, folks. There's something wrong. Anyway, but the nice thing about that is, so I want to tell you this though. Do you mind if I tell you the post-credit scene of Black Widow? Because it's not really a spoiler for the movie overall, but it sets up Hawkeye. You know the event that happened already because it happened in the past movie, and you know Falcon Winter Soldier. But I want to tell you because it sets up Hawkeye. May I? It's not a big spoiler.
I don't care. I'll watch it eventually. So
yeah, there's a ton that happens in that movie that's still yet to be spoiled. So I'm not giving everything away here. But okay. So Florence Pugh in that movie. This is in the trailers. Well, obviously, okay. So let's go back for a second. So Black Widow's sort of you know how she died. I mean, she sacrificed herself on that cliff with Hawkeye, right? So this is cool.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna love this. So in the post-credit scene, Florence Pugh's character, who's Yelena Belova, who is Black Widow's sister, like blood sister, not blood sister. I'm sorry, adopted sister. Actually, technically, yeah, she's her adopted sister. So Yelena Belova, who you're gonna love, by the way. Florence Pugh does an amazing performance in Black Widow. She's sitting. So she at the end goes to visit Black Widow's grave. And she is looking at the gravesite, and all of a sudden you hear a voice, and guess who it is? Julia Louis-Dreyfus's Val from Falcon Winter Soldier comes up and she says some shit like
I forgot about her.
Who was great.
I was so happy to see her.
I know, me too. This is such a cool role for her. So she comes up to Yelena at the post-credit scene of Black Widow, and she starts saying some stuff like, so sad that your sister died, things like that. You know what I mean? Like, I understand what you're going through. Trying to befriend Yelena Belova. And then she goes, do you want to get the person who did this to her? And then she shows her a picture on her phone of Hawkeye. So Yelena Belova, Black Widow's sister, is going to be the villain in Hawkeye, as per Val. I think her and Walmart Captain America are teaming up to take on Hawkeye in the Hawkeye series. That's just me.
Or in a Walmart.
Have you not heard that before? That's like a trendy thing.
That poor guy. I have, but it's still funny.
Wyatt Russell, Kurt Russell's son.
Poor guy.
Kurt Russell's son. Good, dude. I loved him, by the way. I thought he was a cool character to add to it. Like,
yeah,
he, honestly, because that thing where, dude, that imagery of the blood on the shield, dude, there's like nothing like that. That was crazy as fuck. That was my favorite episode. That was my favorite episode. Yeah. I love, by the way, when from Black Panther, the Wakandan, Io stepped in, and they're sitting there, and they're like trying to beat up. I think they were trying to beat up on Wyatt Russell's character, right? If I'm not mistaken. And Sam jumped in, and he's just like getting into that fight. And then Buck's standing back. He's like, "You're doing great, Sam." He's just like, I love that. I thought that was funny. I don't know. So this is franchise related, but not necessarily MCU related. And I kind of wanted to not necessarily end on this, but kind of at least do this before we ended, because it's a longer thing. But let me pull this up because I showed this to somebody else. Give me 1 second. HFP. Let's see what comes up. Okay.
Harry freaking Potter.
What's the big?
No, actually, not necessarily.
I just read an article, by the way, about Daniel Radcliffe was asked what his favorite Harry Potter movie was. He said Order of the Phoenix.
Really interesting.
But I think that was mainly because he enjoyed shooting it and the people he got to work with.
Oh yeah.
But he said his favorite one to watch was Deathly Hallows Part 2. That's his favorite one to watch.
Interesting. Okay. Because
I agree with both of those. Those are my two favorites.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, we kind of went to that consensus too. This actually isn't Harry Potter related, what I'm about to show you, by the way. But
I know, but I just any chance I get to plug Harry Potter.
Oh, for sure. And the thing that I would say to that is too is like, of course he loved Order of the Phoenix. If you listen to Daniel Radcliffe in any interview, he's a Gary Oldman fanboy. And like, so of course he loved working with him.
That was his reasoning for loving it so much.
Of course, he's a Gary Oldman fanboy, so I'm not surprised at all. And I think you and I both agreed, Order of the Phoenix like really gave Daniel Radcliffe the most range that he's ever had, as far as those movies go. Dude, that possession scene, dude. If you could give him an Oscar, if you can go back, give him an Oscar nomination, I almost would, dude, because
Man, I'm wanting to watch Harry Potter again already.
Oh, I know, dude. Order of the Phoenix, man. I could watch that third act about 100 times in Order of the Phoenix. I think it's crazy. I think Order of the Phoenix is my favorite third act. That's where I would go with it. At the very least, it's my favorite third act of all of them. Probably my favorite one. It's my favorite one. I love Order of the Phoenix, dude. Surprisingly.
I think it's the most well-made movie.
Mm-hmm. Third act is so good, dude. When he's sitting there, we've talked about this on past podcasts, but when he's sitting there, dude, and I get emotional every time all of his friends walk in and they're sitting there watching him possessed, and he looks at all of them, and like the flashbacks start coming in from like Sorcerer's Stone, dude.
It's crazy
I every time.
It's so good. I've seen it 100 times, and I'm just thinking about it. I'm excited about it.
I know you and I just like, yeah. I think we agree on that one because it's oh my gosh, and Gary Oldman too. I am also a Gary Oldman fanboy. Make no mistake about it. I think that guy is amazing. And to see his last performance as Sirius was really good, dude. He's great as Sirius Black. Could you imagine anybody else playing Sirius Black? Like, be real.
No.
At this point, I can't either. I think that movie's just, it hits on every level. This is funny, Star Wars related. The reason I wanted to make sure we got to this before we ended is because two things. Number one, and you don't worry about this because I think you'll love this. This is about a 20-minute video, somewhere in that range. I know it sounds long. I know. That's why I want to make sure we hit this. I'm not saying
I gotta pee first.
You gotta pee? Okay. I'll let you go pee.
Okay.
Go pee now, and then we'll preface it again.
Okay.
I'll let it.
You gotta hit the potty.
Oh, that felt amazing.
So the reason I wanted to play this before we ended is because Jose Espinel, who you guys probably know on Stereo, I do Star Wars Sundays with, and he and I watched this together, not on a show, just over Zoom. We checked this out together. It was great. And this is a Star Wars thing that like sparked so many different conversations between us, and I thought like maybe Adam and I might have the same experience with it. But this is really cool, man, and I'm excited to hear your take on this. This gentleman here did a great job on this video, and this is a video called The Last Skywalker. So we'll get into it. Let's see what we got.
I think it needs to be full screened.
Alright, hang on 1 second. Let me see what I can do about that. I can definitely full screen it. Hang on. I just gotta crop it. We're gonna lose a little bit. That's alright.
Why can't you just hit the full screen button?
Because of the way it's cropped, it's not gonna go that way. I had to crop it for everything else. For some reason, this is done in that like wider screen angle. You'll still appreciate it. Don't worry. Let's see. Okay. All right, that didn't ruin anything. All right, let's get into it. Let's check this out. Now you can't see it. Hang on. There you go.
Welcome, young Solo Skywalker. I have been expecting you.
What could you give me?
Everything.
What's bothering you? Luke, what's wrong?
I saw darkness. It is the future you see.
Future? It was a dream. There of pain, suffering, death.
Will they die?
Kill them all.
Leia! You will destroy all for which they have fought and suffered. You kill
No.
Ben?
How's your wound? My boy.
You seem unsettled.
It's nothing. I know what's been troubling you.
Son. Such your feeling. You know, don't you?
Forgive me. I feel it again.
Don't do this.
Oh, dang
The
ads.
NFL is back and draft.
This guy's a bastard. Alright, we can skip this one.
The call to the light. Supreme Leader senses it. Show me again. The power of the darkness. And I will let nothing stand in our way. Show me. Grandfather. And I will finish what you started.
The mighty Kylo Ren.
when I found you. I saw what the Master lived to see. Raw, untamed power.
The man to Skywalker.
And beyond that.
Where is it?
Something truly special. Your hatred, your anger, the potential of your bloodline. It gives you focus. New, makes you stronger. Vader.
I know where you come from.
Darkness rises.
Before you called yourself Kylo Ren.
And light
You're afraid
to meet it.
that you will never be as strong as Darth Vader.
You have too much of your father's heart in you, young Solo.
I killed once.
And look at you.
You're haunted.
The deed split your spirit to the bone.
You can't stop seeing what you did to your father.
Do you still count the days since your parents left? Such pain in you. Such anger. But you can't stop needing them. It's your greatest weakness. Looking for them everywhere. In Han Solo, now in Skywalker.
They see your future.
And he feared it.
They know your power will be too strong to control. I sensed it building, and it was beyond what I ever imagined. Take your weapon.
Right.
Use it.
The dark side is in our nature.
There it is.
Surrender to it.
You have compassion.
Join me.
Join me. Together.
You and I can
Bring a new order to the
galaxy.
She means nothing to me.
Make things the way we want them to be.
Together.
I was mistaken. You're no Vader.
Perhaps you are not as strong as the Emperor thought.
You're just a child. Weak. In a mask.
Like your parents.
The Jedi turned against me. Don't you turn against me?
You were unbalanced. Bested by a girl who had never held a lightsaber. You failed!
Impressive.
Good. Good. Your hate has made you powerful.
Most impressive.
Thank you.
Now, release your anger.
My worthy apprentice.
If you're not with me,
That lightsaber.
Son of darkness, heir apparent to Lord Vader.
It belongs to me.
Where there was conflict, I now sense resolve.
then you're my enemy.
Where there was weakness, strength.
There's no escape.
No, you're still holding on. Let go.
Let the hate flow through you.
Complete your training
Will not hesitate. Show no mercy.
and fulfill your destiny.
Kill the girl. End the Jedi and become what your grandfather Vader.
The editing, dude. The editing. It's wild.
All the galaxy as the new emperor. Young fool, I have been every voice you have ever heard inside your head.
Who is the servant mine at last? Who is the slave yet? Skywalker.
This will be the final word in the story of Skywalker.
There's so much happening.
We're all going to burn. We're all going to die.
Ben.
Save your energy.
Who is she?
Suffering. Don't give up on me. Death, I feel.
I can't take anymore.
No, yet Skywalker.
Whoever edited this deserves a Nobel Prize.
I agree, man. It's great.
It's great. This moment of pure instinct. I thought I could stop it.
You will die.
It passed like a fleeting shadow.
What about Mom?
And I was left with shame.
Is
she safe?
I have no memory of my mother.
Is she all right?
I never knew her.
And the last thing I saw were the eyes of a frightened boy whose master had failed him.
I have failed you, Anakin.
I failed you, Ben.
We both did.
I have failed you.
Leia trusted me with her son.
Stay with me, Mom.
Young Skywalker
Everything.
is in pain. Terrible pain.
He was deceived by a lie. We all were.
Twisted by the dark side.
You can't go back to her now.
Young Solo has become
I'm being torn apart. Like, I can't. I want to be free of this pain.
You are a monster. The last reminder of the Jedi.
We lost our son.
Gone.
Forever.
No way. We can still save him.
I was wrong.
Me.
Reach out.
You. The light. There's still light in you. I know it. It's always been there.
You were my brother, Anakin.
I feel the conflict in you.
I loved you.
It isn't too late.
I offered you my hand once. You wanted to take it. Join me. Why didn't you?
You could have killed me. Why didn't you?
You love him.
I did want to take your hand.
Don't you?
Don't do this, Ben. Ben's hand. Please don't go this way. Something's happened. Finn.
Can't wait. We gotta see General.
She's gone.
The princess. You have to take care of her.
You hear me?
God damn, dude. Like, that's emotional as hell when you watch it that way.
It isn't too late.
Hey, kid.
Take off that mask. You don't need it.
What do you think you'll see if I do?
The face of my son.
I miss you, son. Your son. He's gone. Your son is dead.
No. It's not true.
Kylo Ren is dead.
I can't handle this, dude. This is too emotional. Like, I've seen this before.
My son is alive.
Oh my god.
You're just a memory.
Your memory.
I made this for you,
Fuck.
so you'd remember me.
Leave here with me.
Come on. I miss you.
It's too late. She's gone.
Goodbye, dear princess.
Your mother's gone. It's true.
Years ago, you served my father in the Clone Wars.
But what she stood for, what she fought for.
Now he begs you to help him in his struggle against the Empire.
That's not gone.
I have placed information vital to the survival of the rebellion into the memory systems of the SAR-2 unit. My father will know how to retrieve it. This is our most desperate hour. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
Ben.
I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it.
If you see your son,
with him.
Ben. I'm sorry.
Dad.
I love you.
I know.
Oh my god.
It's time
Oh
for you
my
to
god.
Let go.
I can see every
I'm
time.
asking you
Let go.
to let go.
Your father will always be with you.
Luke,
No.
grandfather.
It's good to see you.
But it's not over yet.
Ray.
She needs your help.
The force is out of balance.
We have to help her.
To fight Sidious strong enough, you are not.
But there are alternatives to fighting.
Nothing's impossible.
You will find another way.
You're not alone, Ben.
Will you help me?
Absolutely. We'll take them together.
Together, all of us.
No, Ben. Be brave. Remember. And don't look back.
The force
We'll be with you.
Don't look back.
Always.
Always.
Trust
Your instincts.
We will guide you.
in the Force.
Be with me.
Run!
We'll find her. You.
Too late, jump!
Be with me.
Remember your training.
Are you ready?
I'll cover you.
Bye.
Confronting fear.
It's true.
Come on, move to the right.
Force. A Jedi.
Behind
Behind you.
This way.
is the destiny of a Jedi.
They're coming.
All of it.
Your destiny. So be it.
They're real.
And because of that, Jedi,
Look out!
you must die.
The time has come.
Hold on.
I'll be right back.
He
I've seen
will
this.
take a revenge.
Trust me.
And with a stroke of her saber, the Sith are reborn.
For you, all is lost.
The Jedi are dead.
You will be Empress. We will be one.
One hurrah. Last lesson.
How'd you do it?
Ray.
Defeat an empire with almost nothing.
Be with me.
We had each other.
That's how we won.
Do it.
Now,
Make the sacrifice.
he ignites it and kills his true enemy.
You failed, Your Highness.
It's Skywalker!
Stand up together.
Wait.
I am a Jedi. Because that's when we're strongest.
Wait.
Like my father before me.
As one.
We will not stand down.
Focus. It's up to all of you now.
We will not be broken by fear.
You must use all your skills together.
Today we make our last stand.
Now is our time to strike.
This is how the Blackpower for Republic Fleet.
All wings report in. Red 10 standing by.
Red 3 standing by. Blue leader standing by.
Red 6 standing by.
Red leader standing by. Jedi 4 standing by.
This is Phoenix Leader. Get ready.
Gold leader standing by.
Red 5 standing by.
Everybody, stay sharp.
Are you sure this is the way?
This is the way.
Attack formation.
This is where the fun begins.
Let them pass between us.
Attack speed.
You won't make it. Trust me, I'm fast.
Not as fast as this ship. Hold on.
Hit the target hard. Give it everything you got. We're going in.
For the 501st.
Come on, man.
Coming in infantry.
They're all over the tower.
Loosen up. Come on.
Try spinning. That's a good trick.
Stay with me. Don't give up.
Commander Solo. Do you copy?
The life force of your bond.
Two were made.
But I heard in the force.
Let's finish this.
A power like life itself. Stand together and now. die together. The power of two restores the one true Emperor.
No! Stop! Release them. We need cover!
Look what you have made.
I said, let them go.
Yeah. As once I fell, so falls the last Skywalker.
Rey, the Force will be with you.
Together, you will let them go.
We stand behind you, Rey.
We'll see you in hell. Now!
You are beat. Darth.
Sidious. There's been an awakening. Ben. Have you felt it?
Takes me back, man. Takes me back.
The tragedy of Darth Plagueis the White.
Bring back the balance, man.
Ben,
As I did.
you will not bow before snow.
Bride.
The Force is calling to you.
Let it lift you.
Return.
Darth Plagueis.
How feel you?
He became so powerful,
Cold, sir.
he could even keep
Why is the Force connecting us?
the ones he cared about
Afraid, are you?
from dying.
Why'd she have to die?
I couldn't.
Why couldn't I save her?
She was alive. I felt it.
I know I could have.
I'll help you. I swear.
Who are you?
Ben, I understand.
I'm no one.
It's too late.
No, it's not.
No, there's still a way.
But not tonight.
Dear child,
Look deeper.
I see your eyes. You already know the truth.
I can help. I can fix anything.
The Force demands a sacrifice.
That's how we're gonna win.
I wasn't strong enough to save you, Mom.
Not fighting what we hate.
Every Jedi who ever lived.
Saving what we love.
I can help you.
This will begin to make things right.
Lives in you.
He was meant to help you.
Together.
You know what you need to do.
But I promise,
Master.
You know.
I won't fail again.
Close your eyes.
Breathe.
Just let it in.
A soul
Just
for a soul.
the Force surrounds you.
And penetrates us.
And binds the universe together.
Feel the Force
Guided us.
flowing through you.
Now, rise. Reach out.
Find
And find a way back
Reach out with your feet.
Stretch out with your feelings.
to you.
What do you see?
Right?
Light. Emotion. Strong.
and your memory.
Darkness.
The balance.
The balance.
Balance.
The balance.
And inside you.
And truly inside me. Deeply. That same force. Love you.
I saw something too.
His compassion for you
Before we die, I want you to know.
will be his undoing.
Just you.
Now, go, my son. Leave me.
No. You're coming with me. I'll not leave you here. I've got to save you.
You already have.
That is what you gave me.
You were right. You were right about me.
I know this.
Tell your sister.
Still.
for a ride.
Hope.
Come on.
I ever see you again?
It's gone. What does your heart tell you?
I hope so.
That it wasn't sadness or pain, it was peace. It's me. And purpose.
Who are you?
That we'll see each other again. Someone who loves you. Honey.
I will come back for you, Mom.
Is it you?
I promise.
I'm here, Mom.
My sweet.
I'm sorry.
I know. I know you are. I'm just glad you're here.
Been waiting for you.
At the end.
If there's a bright center to the universe, you're on the planet that it's farthest from. I see so. Well, you can call me Luke. I see so. No, just Luke.
I'm a pilot, you know. You're a pilot?
Anakin.
Mm-hmm.
The best in the galaxy.
All my life.
I've missed you, Batman.
You're reckless, little one.
Ahsoka.
You never would have made it as Obi-Wan's Padawan.
Anakin.
And he was a good friend.
Anakin Skywalker. Meet Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Hello, old friend. Master.
He deserves better than a slave's life.
I'm sorry, Anakin.
I was wrong.
Right?
I was wrong about everything, and I'm so terribly sorry.
Don't be afraid. I feel it too.
I need someone. There's so much I wanted to tell you. To show me my place in all this. I'd never felt so alone.
Hello, Rey.
You're not alone.
Never have you been.
No one's ever really gone.
The belonging you seek is not behind you.
It's alive.
Always.
It is ahead.
That's the lesson.
We'll see each other again.
Chewie,
It's love that brings you home.
I believe that.
take care of yourself, okay?
So it is time.
Chewie!
Goodbye, my friend.
Rey, may the Force be with you.
There's so many. Do they all have a system of planets?
Most of them.
Has anyone been to them all?
Not likely.
I want to be the first one to see them all.
Now you can make your dreams come true, Annie.
For the first time.
You're free.
Welcome home.
All right, so I knew
Harry
that was going to
freaking
be
Potter.
Harry freaking Potter. Is that what he said?
What does HFP stand for?
Heroes Fans Productions.
Okay.
Yeah. So your takeaways from that?
No, that was incredible.
You and I infamously did 5 hours on The Last Jedi with a couple other people on this channel. I don't think we drew as many parallels as that guy did in 20 minutes on that new trilogy, man. Like,
Right. I mean, I mean, it's not possible. But, you know, we drew what parallels we could, but that guy really, or a girl, whoever is in charge of that, really freaking dove in and did the dirty work. My lord.
Yeah. I saw that. I was blown away. So I'm going to tell you some of my biggest takeaways from that. I'm glad we got your reaction to that on camera, because I saw you smiling so many times, man, and that made me very happy. But
I didn't know what. I didn't really want to interrupt it. I felt like it was one of those things, sometimes I watch things and I have like reactions to them. And sometimes, like, I guess when you watch something and it means enough to you, you feel like you just have to be quiet. Like you just have to watch.
You had to take that in, dude. I mean, I think that, first of all, I think you'll agree with me. I think all the fans of Star Wars who are bitching need to watch that. Because that just gave it all, right there in the open. And you can say like, oh, the music was a gimmick and all that kind of stuff, but like genuinely the music was just emoting what you're supposed to be feeling in some of those moments. Like that's the way I looked at it. Here's one of the biggest things I took away from that video, and it really changed my perspective on something. Now, first of all, I'll point out this. He noticed, just like I did when we first saw Rise of Skywalker, not together, but unfortunately we had to see it separately. When we first saw Rise of Skywalker, I remember sending you that text message about it makes sense because Kylo Ren, finished what his grandfather started. This guy clearly picked up on that same exact thing, just based on the video. One takeaway, this is a minor one, and I'll give you the big one. The line that Rose says at the end of The Last Jedi, actually, he gave that a lot more merit. Not fighting what we hate, saving what we love. That's the point, everybody likes to bitch about that line that Rose says at the end of Last Jedi, but after hearing it in this guy's video, it's like, well, yeah, that's the point. It makes sense. People could be annoyed by it all they want, but now I kind of love that line. The second thing that I wanted to throw out, though, is I think Anakin still is the chosen one. For people bitching about Rey's the chosen one, I think Anakin still is. And the line, funny enough, in that video that made me change my thoughts on that was when he said, when he kind of flashed back to, I can fix it, I can fix anything, in Phantom Menace. I look at that and I'm like, technically, think about this. Anakin's bloodline is what created Kylo Ren to save Rey to take down the Emperor. I don't think anybody's looking at it from that perspective. I think that they're just taking it on the surface and saying, Rey's the chosen one, which, granted, at first I did too at the end of Rise of Skywalker. I was like, I guess Rey's the actual chosen one. And actually, if you look at it a little bit differently, if it wasn't for Anakin's bloodline, we wouldn't have had Kylo, who saved Rey, who ended up being the one who's able to take on the Emperor. Right? So that's one thing that changed my perspective, but I don't know. Were there any other big takeaways for you? I mean, from that, or
no? I mean, I don't necessarily disagree, because I mean, man, I really think, as big of a role as Rey played and everything,
yeah,
I really feel like Kylo was the star, even though he probably didn't get as much screen time. And the emphasis was on Rey, and everyone was like, oh, Rey's the chosen one, and she's really powerful and all that. With the last movie in perspective, and drawing parallels between the two, I mean, I think it's always been apparent that Kylo was an incredibly important character. And especially when you draw all these parallels, I think Kylo was the most important part of the new trilogy, for sure. I mean, just played an incredibly important role. And I mean, I can't even stress enough like how amazing and how deep that is. Like we've talked about, the idea that Kylo was finally able to actually, finish what Anakin had started and what he had set out to do, which was, and he put a bow on it too. It was even more special because, Anakin wanted to save his loved ones, and it drove him crazy. It drove him to complete insanity and ended up destroying him, chasing it. And then in the end, you have a full circle moment with the bloodline, where finally a Skywalker is able to finish, what was started, which was, Kylo was able to bring back somebody that he loved, and he sacrificed himself to do so. He gave what little life he had left, he gave to Rey and brought her back. And I think that's massive. I mean, that's huge, especially if you think about you know, where somebody like the Emperor and Darth Vader, and both obviously very selfish characters focused on destruction and power and total corruption to the point where they're willing to hurt whoever they have to get it.
Yeah.
And then in the end, Kylo goes against that totally and gives up his own life just to make sure that the person that he loves is able to live on. And it's huge. It's like, it's massive. I don't feel like there's enough emphasis on that, because I don't feel like enough people have made that comparison and that connection. And I feel like that is the singular most important part of the entire saga, that the moment, you know, at that end where he gives his life to her and then he passes, that is literally, it's the bow on the entire saga. It's the most important part of the whole saga. You know, whether it's your favorite or not, you know, that's fine. I know people love the original trilogy, but in terms of storyline, it was the most important thing that happened, because it ties the whole thing up.
Yeah, and again, like, I still have problems with Rise of Skywalker. I think it's incredibly choppy at times. I think that movie wasn't the extent of the movie that JJ intended us to get, but at the end of the day, I think that, you know, there is this, like you were saying, there's kind of this bow on it that people aren't, you know, they're not going to distinguish on their own, which my advice to that would be watch this fucking video. Like, if you haven't seen it yet, which you clearly did now if you're still with us, you know, there's so much there. There's just so much there. And that's pardon me, that's Star Wars fan, Heroes Fan Productions. He's clearly, that's what I would call a pure Star Wars fan through and through. You know, he's gonna look for the good regardless of what we get. You know, and like, I know a lot of people, like, with the whole point we're making about the Emperor Rey, all that, like, the bloodline kind of led to that. Like, everybody's gonna say, well, Luke already redefined what it meant to be a Jedi, and he already went up against the Emperor. But yeah, but he didn't technically finish what his grandfather started, you know, which is the whole thing in The Force Awakens. We've talked about that. And that's the other thing, by the way, to your credit. You know, what I would bring up about that video, it reminds me of how damn good Adam Driver is in those movies, man.
So good.
I'm like, when I was watching that again, I'm like, oh my God, he's so good in those movies.
I gotta be honest, I've never really been as excited as I am about, like, to watch Adam Driver's career blossom. Like, I'm genuinely excited to be alive when Adam Driver has gotten his start and has broken out. And because I feel like in 20 years, God willing, I think that we're going to see him in some incredible stuff, like through his entire career. And I think it's entirely possible that, you know, 20, 30 years from now, he will be a heavy hitter. When all the current stars are gone, I think it's entirely possible he'll be one of those people that's frequently at the Oscars.
He might just be our De Niro, right? Like, he might just be like our generation's Robert De Niro.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I really...
Did I lose you?
We're frozen.
No, you're back. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
I don't know what happened there.
I hope that Hollywood keeps throwing him bones, that they keep throwing him.
What's going on? That's weird. All right, keep going. Sorry. I'll edit this. You have unstable connection?
It said for a second.
I think you're back. Just go with what you're going with.
Okay. Anyway, I was just saying, I hope that Hollywood continues to throw him bones and give him solid roles, because I think he's a genuinely very, very talented actor. And he, you know, people just need to throw him roles. I think he's that type of actor that will be able to play anything that you give him if they give him a chance. I know he's kind of a goofy looking guy. And I feel like that's a problem in Hollywood. Unfortunately, a lot of things rely on your looks. Like all the really good looking people are always the ones that end up, being the legends and stuff. Not that he's not a good looking guy. But he's kind of a goofy looking dude. He's kind of got a weird way about him. And I know because people talk about it all the time. But I hope that the superficiality of Hollywood doesn't take away from his greatness, because he's genuinely an amazing actor.
Well, he's got this really great opportunity, like a lot of great actors who we've seen, where he did the Star Wars movies. Now he's got plenty of money. Now he can just take roles that are interesting to him, and I think that's what's going to be really cool about him going forward, is the fact that that's all he wants to do. Also, it's incredible he's from Indiana, represent. I mean, that's another thing that's really interesting about him, is the fact that he's from Mishawaka. That's
And an ex-Marine.
Yeah, he's got this different, and he's talked about this too. I've heard him where he talks about, like, he's got a different set of discipline than a lot of actors do. So that's a part of what makes him great too, is just being an ex-Marine. You develop a certain discipline that you bring with you to set. So I find that to be fascinating too. He really is one of these talents, dude, that you can't look past it, man. Yeah, I gotta ask you too. When are you getting an Oculus?
When am I what?
Getting an Oculus.
Oh, I don't know.
Getting an Oculus, man. Dude, let me tell you what my night's gonna be like after we leave here. I'm gonna get on my Oculus. I'm gonna jump into a movie theater, and I'm gonna join drunk karaoke sessions. That's gonna be my night. Because of my Oculus. You gotta get an Oculus. No, mainly though, because you gotta play Vader Immortal. You have to experience that game. Like, I'm telling you, dude. And you and I, though, by the way, just so you know, you could, if you get an Oculus, you and I can sit in a movie theater together and watch shit. Just FYI. Just letting you know.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Yeah.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, there's an app. So you have to have the files, like, on hand to be able to emit them to the app. And you also need a PC that's as powerful as mine. I happen to have some pretty good shit saved on my PC, movie-wise. So I'm telling you, like, we can sit in the theater and watch the whole Star Wars saga together through the big screen app. All you gotta do is download it, join my party, and you and I can watch Star Wars in the movie theater and through the big screen app. And what's really cool, and I'm saying this for everybody out there too, because I really want to push the Oculus, because I think it is the future. I want to know what you think of Vader Immortal, and I want to know what you think of the new Star Wars game that came out, the Galaxy's Edge one, Tales from Batuu, which there's the second part to that coming out soon. But it's revolutionary fucking technology, dude. And what's really interesting about the big screen app is you and I can not only sit in a movie theater, but we can select the type of theater we're sitting in. So we could select between, like, the drive-in movie theater and the modern movie theater, the retro movie theater, and it all feels very real, dude. Like, I'm not kidding you. Like, you get an Oculus Quest 2, you're gonna get this thing. Because, like, the second I put that thing on, and I texted you about this a long time ago, I was like, get the Quest 2. You put this thing on, man. It's a $300 device. You're gonna be like, why isn't this $1,000 fucking dollars? Like, I'm telling you, dude, it's wild, man. I'm telling you, you gotta get one. Have you tried it yet at all?
Yeah, I messed with one briefly when I was in audio school. In gaming class, we had a class where we talked about Oculus and spatial audio and stuff like that. And yeah, we had a discussion about how that was going to be the future.
Yeah, well, yeah, so, I mean, was it was it, like, at that time, like, was it the Quest 2? Or was it, like, the Quest, or what was out at that time?
I don't remember. That was only 2 or 3 years ago now.
Could have been the Quest. It's possible it was only the Quest, because A lot of the people that I hear talk about VR, and granted I'm new to it, you know, compared to a lot of others, they talk about how the Quest 2 is the far more revolutionary one as opposed to like the Quest and the Rift that came out. So like, dude, I'm telling you, man, you're gonna put this thing, play the Vader Immortal. Play the Vader Immortal. I'm telling you, when you get it, if you get it, play that Vader Immortal. You'll thank me later. You're gonna play that thing and you're gonna be like, this is one of the most incredible experiences I've ever had. So Vader Immortal, to those of you who don't know, and Adam, it takes place, first of all, like most of the game you're on Mustafar, which is really cool. So you're on Mustafar in Vader's castle, and the premise of the game is almost like your character trying to escape Vader's castle. But you go up against Darth Vader. And by the way, when you see Vader, dude, he's fucking scary. Like, he's huge. Like, it's crazy, man. This is the Vader story that I've always wanted, like, put into, like, play, because reading those Vader comics, if you ever have, like the ones that came out in 2017, those, I think there was like 30 issues or something like that. That's the story I always wanted. So when I was reading those Vader comics, that's like, that came to life in VR almost, that kind of Vader story. But when you see Vader, he's like humongous. It's really crazy. But like, there's a part in the game, because your character is like a descendant of a Jedi family from like back in the Old Republic days and shit. And so like when you so Vader knows this, and he's trying to use you to like open up all these different devices and shit. It's a really crazy, awesome game. When you pick up a lightsaber, dude, in that game, you feel like you're fighting with the lightsaber. It's insanity. Like, I'm telling you, man, you got to get this VR, if nothing else, for the Star Wars games. I have played, no joke, I've played Vader Immortal probably, it's a fairly long game. It's probably a 3-hour long game. I've played Vader Immortal probably about 10 times at this point. And it's like, it's replayable like that. That's the other thing I like about it. Now I'll say this is the cooler part. If you get a really fancy PC that can run all this shit at some point, you got to have the one with the nice graphics card like I do and all that shit. Fair enough. Play Squadrons on the fucking VR, though. You can hook your Oculus up to the PC, and then you play Squadrons up. On the Oculus. Dude, you're in the fucking X-Wing. And, like, I'm telling you, dude, it's wild, man. Like, you feel like you're in the X-Wing. It's crazy, man. I've never had an experience like it, man. You will love this device if you get it. But you were saying really quick, I want to go back to what you were saying, because you said you had discussions in class about it, like how it was the future. Like, what kind of shit were you talking about with that?
Mainly we were just talking about, obviously it was audio class, so we were talking about our audio school,
right?
But talking about the audio and spatial audio recording and stuff, because it's a really unique thing, because we're talking about in a virtual reality world. It's even more than surround sound. It's kind of crazy. You turn your head and every sound in every direction, it has to move with you.
Yeah. I love that too.
There's use of like binaural recording, like spatial audio, which, like, there's a form of recording where they actually use, it's a mannequin head. They're very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And they use a mannequin head with actual model ears, and there are omnidirectional microphones in the ears, and it's supposed to model how our ears pick up sound. And it's very interesting. It's like you could get down a whole rabbit hole with stuff like that.
No,
but it's interesting, and it's the future. Because now we have the technology to do it, and who is gonna want to sit and look at a screen with a controller and hear basically 2D sound coming at you like one direction, when you can have the technology to strap some goggles on and be in the world you're playing in, and it sounds like you're in the world, and you hear your footsteps beneath you, and you hear things moving around you. Like, it's gotta be the future.
I've been saying this all along too, man. I've been telling everybody. I think this is the future of like our world in general. Like not even just like gaming. Like I think like it's kind of a scary thought, but I think human beings are going to be spending like 90% of their time in VR reality, like virtual
Ready
reality.
Player One.
Fucking crazy shit, dude. But you know, the thing that I will say is like, because like these headphones are the ones I use for VR. These are 7.1 surround sound, so I 100% agree with you, which isn't the best sound, but it's good. So like I agree with you, and I can really hear every like audio cue and everything that they're doing in there with the sound design, and it's wonderful. This is one thing I'll say about like I was saying, I can hook it up to my PC, play Squadrons. I've played Squadrons all the way through, but I played it on the console. It was made as a console game. It's released as a console game, but there's a like if you get it on the PC and hook your Oculus up to it, you can play it in VR. Same with like PlayStation VR, for example, too. One of the things I think is most interesting about the Oculus is the fact that like when you're in the X-Wing, you are like on Squadrons, for example, you're going at a speed. Like if you were in an X-Wing, that feels like it's at almost 1,000 miles per hour. And your whole mission in that game is to shoot other fucking X-Wings. So you're constantly turning and moving. It makes your stomach turn. You cannot play that game all the time. So, and somebody, like I said, somebody did a study on this too, and it's on YouTube. Some guy did an editorial about it, and I completely agree. It changes the game completely from console to VR because when you're playing it on VR, yes, I play it less on VR, but it almost makes the moments that I'm within it more special because I play it less. And so like whenever I want to hook that thing up to the PC and then play it in the VR, it's like I'm so much more immersed in it that the moments just become like a bigger event to me. Like, yes, today I got time. I'm going to hop in the X-Wing. I'm going to play the, you know what I mean? As opposed to like, let me just pick up the controller and, you know, there's something to that, you know, there's really something to putting it on and playing a game as opposed to picking up a controller. It's my favorite, if we can call it this, I guess, it's my favorite gaming console because every time I'm within it playing a game, it just feels so much more spectacular and special than playing on a fucking Xbox or PlayStation controller. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that makes any sense or not, but like to me, that's kind of how it is. By the way, so now that Knights of the Old Republic is coming out, to bring this full circle, are you gonna get the PS5? Like, do you feel like you have to get the PS5 now for that?
I have been wanting a PS5. I've said since it came out, if I could get my hands on one, I would buy it. But I have yet to get my hands on one. I'm not like super actively searching where I'm like already pre-signed up with stuff in my car with my alerts turned on. Like I'm not like that because that's just like way too much work. But I'm hoping that at some point this chip shortage crap will start to get worked out and they'll be on the shelves for longer than half a second.
Do yourself a favor though, even though you're not like gonna follow like every notification, set up all your alerts. Talk to Mark in our group and ask him for the guy to follow, because he gave me a guy to follow who's really good. He was the one that I found out about the Sears stuff from. Just one person on Twitter, and like set up your notifications like every time he posts an update on it. Like set up your notifications to where it comes straight to your phone, because you'll get it at that point. He was the one that I believe it was him that hooked me up with that guy. Maybe it was Cisco. Was it him or Cisco? I can't remember. I'll try to find the guy and I'll send it over to you so you can get one.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll find him because I still follow him. Because I get the fucking updates all the time, and I don't know why I didn't unfollow, because I get them all the time. It's like I already fucking have one. I should send him over to you because he actually gives really good updates. Dude, like that Avengers game that everybody fucking thinks sucks is great with the PS5 update. Like I heard that like apparently when it came out like with the PS4 and everything that it was bad, but like I've played it on the PS5. It was my first experience with it. It's a fucking great game. The console's as hype as it sounds, dude. Like I'm not kidding you. Like the graphics that you're gonna get out of this thing are like fucking incredible. Did you play, because you had the PS4? This is the interesting thing with me. I think I told you about this because I had, you know me, like I was an Xbox guy my whole life, right? And so like When I got the PS5, my first thing was I got to go back and play all the shit I missed, right? For PlayStation exclusive wise. Did you play the Spider-Man game when it came out? Did you love it, dude? I
loved it.
It's so good, isn't it? I finally got around to it now that I got the PS5.
I feel like I was playing superhero Grand Theft Auto.
Did you beat it?
Yeah,
you did beat it. Okay, so you beat the story.
I don't know that I did every single side mission or like the little tiny stuff.
You didn't get to 100%, but you got through the story, right? Like,
right?
Yeah. Okay, so
I did most of the stuff.
That was one of the things I wanted to talk to you about because like the ending where Aunt May's dying was like crazy to me. Like I teared up because like he comes into the hospital bed and he's standing by her side. And you don't know the whole time because that reminded me of more of, I think you probably agree, like Tobey Maguire, Spider-Man. So like Aunt May, like the whole time, it's kind of like teased in a way that she knows of that he's Spider-Man, and then she like, but on the same hand, like you just don't know, you know. And at the end, when she's on her deathbed and she's like, "Take that mask off, let me see my nephew." Fuck, dude, I had to walk out of the room. Like I was like, "Oh my god." That made me tear up like really hard. What I was gonna say though, when you get the PS5, dude, play that Miles Morales, dude. I
just saw something today about a Spider-Man 2.
The trailer dropped. Did you watch it?
Did it? I don't know. I don't think I watched it, but I saw somebody.
All right, let's watch it really quick because I saw it. It's really good. Spider-Man 2 trailer. Let's watch this really quick.
It's gonna pull up the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man.
Actually,
2 movie.
believe it or not, the first result was the game on that. So
all right,
interestingly enough, so yeah, dude, because I was blown away.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So let me preface this really quick. Did you watch the Venom movie?
No,
I don't like it.
It got people trashed it so much that I said, okay, I'm just not gonna watch it.
I don't like it, but it did make, like, we can't deny it made a lot of fucking money, like to the point where there's obviously going to be a second one now in October, funny enough. So my thing was, because so many people got mad at me for not liking it, believe it or not, which is funny to me because like it's not uncommon to not like the Venom movie. And they were like,
I heard nothing but bad things. I don't think anybody told me that they loved it.
You got to come back to Indiana.
Which is why I didn't watch it.
Come back to Indiana. Everybody out here loves that thing.
Really? Okay.
Which is really crazy. I don't know why. Because I didn't hate it, but like I really didn't like it. And a lot of people were like, why? And I was like, because Venom's not fucking Venom, like, at all. Like, there's no shred of evidence of Venom.
Even online, I've heard nothing but bad things about it. Like, normally I would give a movie a chance, but I heard so many bad things about it that I just said, okay, it's clearly not worth my time because I've not heard anybody say they loved it.
If you could find it for like 99 cents, I recommend watching it because there are some good moments in there. But 99 cents is where I put the cap. You know what I mean?
I draw the line at free.
Exactly. Like it's like that. It's like there are good moments. Like Tom Hardy is clearly a good actor, so he's doing well with the stuff. It's just that the writing is bad. It's like the writing they gave him, he's doing the best he can. But anyway, my point was, it's like he's not Venom. They made him a fucking joke. They made him Deadpool of the villain universe, and I don't want that. I want Venom. You know Venom, right? Like you want like the horror Venom. Anyway, so let's go to this and you'll kind of see where I'm getting at here. So here we go. Spider-Man 2 trailer.
Fox's Big Noon Saturday.
Fucking ends. Let me scroll down for a sec. Hold on, please. Get me every time, folks. They get me every time.
Too bad you don't get paid for other people's ads.
I know. That'd be great. If that's how it worked, man, I'd be one happy camper. All right, here we go.
Was that the old school PlayStation sound?
I think it was, yeah. Kind of cool.
Felt that in my loins.
Yeah. Oh.
For as long as I can remember, I have looked for an equal. One who could push me. One who could surprise me. disappointment. Will one of you finally give me what I desire? Yes, we will.
That's gonna be dope.
That's for people who were bitching at me about not liking the new Venom. That's Venom right there. Give me that all day. That's the Venom I wanted. That's the Venom I want. Everybody makes fun of that song. What do you think of it?
I think it's fine. I
like it.
I just think it's funny to say.
Yeah, it's funny. I have some friends that like. It was funny because I had a friend who like loves that Venom movie for whatever fucking reason. Loves that or hates that song though. Hates that song with a passion. It's in the movie. It's like, what the fuck? It's weird because it's like I like that song. I think it's fine, and then the movie sucked. You know, it's one of those things. No, dude, I can't get over that movie, man. I can't get over Michelle Williams' wig. And Michelle Williams is a really good actress. Her wig is horrible. Her and Tom Hardy's chemistry is not even existent in that movie. It's like Hayden Christensen, Natalie Portman level shit that you're getting in there. It's bad, dude. And the action, just all of it, except for like a couple moments, like it all felt very 90s to me. It's like, dude, we are in like the 20 fucking 10s of superhero movies. Like, why are we making 90s shit? Like, it just felt like such a downgrade from everything we can actually do. I hope the second one's good. Like, I really do. I'm rooting for it to be good. I don't think it's gonna be because the whole damn trailer was fucking slapstick comedy. But I mean, like, I really am rooting for it to be good. Like, Woody Harrelson does look good. I think he's gonna make a good Carnage.
I love Woody Harrelson.
I know, like, I'm gonna walk out of that movie and I'm gonna say, at the very least, Woody Harrelson was great as Carnage. Like, I know that's at the very least when I walk out of that. That's what I'm gonna say. Speaking of going to see movies, I'm trying to. They're starting to. We've been in a lull of fucking screenings right now, as you can tell. When it comes to our press screenings, because I've been sending you a bunch of bullshit when it comes to press screenings. Nothing necessarily high budget. Gonna try to get you over to Ghostbusters, even if it means me not going early. I'm trying to get you in there, so I want to let you know right now. I'm gonna send you that one if I can. So just so you know, don't get your hopes up, but I'm working on it.
What's the release date on that?
It comes out the end of this month.
December?
End of this month.
It's this month. Hot mama.
So you might be like, I'm letting you know this because you might be getting the press screening any day now if I send it over. I'll do my best.
Okay.
So
well, hopefully the press screening is reasonably before it comes out. I have to go to my cousin's wedding at the end of the month, so I'll be out of California for a week or so.
Well, I just got a notification about and I'm sorry, I would send you this if I could, but I don't think you'll care as much. I'm gonna go to this even if you can't. The Halloween Kills press screening. I just got a notification about it.
Ooh.
Yeah. Which I'm super stoked about. Did you watch that trailer?
I haven't watched there's a new trailer, right?
Have you
that
watched
just
it?
Came out recently?
Have you watched it?
I haven't watched the new one yet.
Let's watch that too before we wrap up here.
I'm into Halloween.
Yeah. Halloween Kills trailer. You watched You watched the last one, right? The last movie?
Oh yeah.
Did you like it a lot? Yeah. I loved it. Dude.
Yeah.
I thought it was really good. I want to hear your theory on this too, because I have an interesting theory in a way. Let's see. Okay, so let's pull up Halloween Kills. This is the latest one. There we go.
Michael Myers is Iron Man.
Let's skip through the trailer before the trailer shit, because well, actually, I think it just starts here. Never mind. All right, let's try this.
House looks like the Eye of Sauron. rookie mistake.
Yeah.
Should have let it burn.
Well, the firefighter saved him. That's what's interesting.
Oh.
Here we go.
There's your boy.
It's your boy.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
I know.
Michael Myers is a carpenter.
It's over. We can't hurt anyone
Of humans.
No one told you.
Told me what?
Somebody in there?
Michael Myers is alive.
Stop! You had a knife in your stomach.
You and Allison should not have to keep running. Evil dies tonight.
The knife just made me think of Talladega Nights. Stabs himself in the leg.
That's a straight line to Michael's childhood home.
What do we do?
This looks brutal.
I know.
Let's hunt him down.
Michael Myers is flesh and blood. But a man couldn't have survived that fire. The more he kills, the more he transcends.
Run! Go home now!
He's the essence of evil.
He is Emperor Palpatine.
Do it! Do it! You wear your mask?
Do it!
Come and get it!
I'm coming for you, Michael.
Oh, so good.
Those strings, those are intense. That was dope.
I know.
Man, that looks really intense.
I know. Like I was so my theory as it stands is that, and this is like I don't know how to flesh it out necessarily, but as it stands, him and the granddaughter, or Jamie Lee Curtis's granddaughter, they're connected somehow now. There's something there. Because they tease her holding that bloody knife at the end of it. She, in this trailer, she said something along the lines of like nobody else is gonna die because of me or something like that. And then the other thing that I think is a dead giveaway is they were talking to her mom, Judy Greer's character, and they said the doctor even said to her, he's like, you don't know, and she's like, no, what? I think they're related somehow, her and Michael Myers, the granddaughter.
They have
like,
to be.
So you think like Laurie Strode like found out that Michael like had a spawn and didn't want her to be like fucking like hunted after, and like Laurie Strode like fucking switched babies at birth or something fucked up like that? Like that'd be crazy, dude. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They're connected though, because like they tease it too. Like he was even like, I don't care what anybody says. Like everybody goes, oh, she was fighting back. He was hesitant to kill her. He was hesitant to kill the granddaughter right there in that end scene. You know, when she was like, do it or whatever. He was hesitant to kill her. Yeah, do it. She's a Palpatine. That's the theory.
Yeah, she's a Palpatine.
Dude, there's something there though, man. I'm telling you, I can't wait for that fucking movie. That looks like the shit. Do you know? Go ahead.
I thought of it because I saw an article this morning. Actually, I didn't read it, but the headline just had a quote from somebody, and they said it was like one of the most intense Halloween movies that we've ever seen.
Yeah, really? Oh wow.
Yeah.
Because it played at some festival or something along those lines recently here, I think. And so I think some people have already seen it, if I'm not mistaken. Who's texting me here? Oh, I know who it is. Anyway, so some people already saw the thing. Aside from that though, man, like do you know who's playing the okay, so you remember the first movie, the original, the little boy Tommy Jarvis that Laurie Strode was babysitting. She was yeah, so do you know who's playing him in the movie, in this one? Because he's back. He was the guy you saw with the bat. You probably wouldn't recognize him today. This is the guy who's playing him. Ready for this actor? You haven't seen him in forever. He's going to be in this movie, though. Anthony Michael Hall.
I don't remember what he looks like.
You have your phone?
I 100% know the name, but
type in Anthony Michael Hall and you'll go, I want to see your reaction once you figure out who Anthony Michael Hall is.
Anthony Michael Hall. I know that I know who it is, but
once you figure it out, I want to see your reaction. This is going to be funny. You're going to be like, what the fuck? He's playing the Tommy Jarvis character, but the older version in this movie for some reason.
That's the dude from what's it? What's a movie that dude's in?
Dude, fucking Breakfast Club, man.
That's right. Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of.
16 Candles, you
know. What else was he in?
16 Candles, Breakfast Club, Edward Scissorhands, Weird Science.
That's what I was thinking of. Weird Science is primarily what I was thinking of.
That's his first leading role. What's that line in Weird Science that always cracks me up? Burning the candle off two ends or something like that. He's like, you burning the candles off two ends. When he farts, there was a fart joke in there that really made me laugh.
I don't remember. I haven't seen that in so long.
So funny. You know who's really weird is that Robert Downey Jr. is in Weird Science. Do you remember that at all?
Vaguely.
He's like one of the bully guys in Weird Science. He's like really young and he's ugly. And
I vaguely remember seeing that.
He's got a gap in his tooth. It's weird that women found him attractive back then. You know what I mean? Because he's like Robert Downey Jr. is actually a very attractive older man now. But like back in the day, like the fact that women thought he was attractive then is it's an anomaly if you ask me. Because like I don't know how that happens. You got this big ass fucking gap in your tooth. His hair was like fucking wild.
He got his gap closed, didn't he? When he was younger though.
Yeah, now when he was younger, maybe like
at
by
some
the time
point,
he did,
I feel like
by the time he did what's that movie where he was a drug addict that everybody talks about? Less Than Zero.
Well, that's real life.
Yeah, he just like they didn't even know he was doing a movie. They were just like, Robert, come on in. You know,
just literally walked in and the cameras were rolling and they were like, this is good stuff.
Come on in, Robert. We'll pay you.
Come on in, Robbie.
Did you ever watch the roast of Charlie Sheen?
Oh my gosh, yes. It's been a while.
He at the end when he finally comes up, he had this great line. He was talking about his role in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. He was like, in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, my first line was drugs. I thought that's how it was getting paid. Great shit.
Oh,
one more thing I gotta talk to you about before we wrap. DC.
Okay, I still haven't eaten dinner.
All right, well, we're out of here soon, like 5 minutes maybe. So like DC fandom. I was gonna ask you about the did you watch that one last year that they did? So it's basically like DC's Comic-Con, but like for it's like it airs at home. It lasts for like maybe 20 minutes. They do like 3 days, but it's like 20 minutes a day. So I was gonna ask you about this Flash movie coming up, and because I don't know your feelings about this honestly. Michael Keaton's Batman and him coming back as Batman. Are you excited about that?
Yeah, I've heard about that. I freaking love Michael Keaton.
I know you like Michael Keaton. I didn't know how you felt about his Batman though. I don't think we've ever
had
that discussion.
I remember. I mean, that's the first Batman that I remember as a kid.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time since I've watched.
Okay.
Since I've watched Keaton as Batman, it's been I haven't watched it since I was little. But yeah. I had the action figure when I was little.
Nice. Me too.
So I got really excited when I saw that, but I'm really quite out of touch with the DC universe right now.
Yeah, you didn't watch Suicide Squad, did you?
I did.
You did? You watched Suicide Squad?
I did watch it.
Did you like it?
Oh yeah. Loved it.
Did we talk about that? I don't think we did.
Yeah, we were giving Mark crap.
Okay, the part. Oh, that's right, dude. The part when
we were tag teaming Mark.
I forgot about that. We did. If Mark watched it, we always give Mark shit. I got to get you two back on a show together sometime on here because that's always the best pairing. But the part, dude, I want to know like if you laughed like because the part when they went in to save Rick Flag, and like they're competing for like who's going to be the best shot, and they make it like this big epic thing with like a body count. And first of all, the first thing that made me laugh there was when Cena just walked up to that body and he was just like stabbing that dude like really quickly, like casually, and then they walk in and they find out that Flag is like not supposed to be saved. I died. Like, I died. They killed the whole fucking team that they weren't supposed to kill. I fucking died.
That was ridiculously funny.
And the other thing,
so funny.
Viola Davis was fucking great in that movie. That was like she was great in the first one, but like that was like Amanda Waller times 10, if you ask me.
I mean, Viola Davis always performs. It's like, I feel like at this point, like I don't even need to talk about Viola Davis when she's in a movie because it's already a given that she's gonna be like the best actor in the movie.
Yeah.
So it's like we don't even need to talk about it. We just know.
Yeah, dude. You could tell though that they took Idris Elba's character and they like made him the Will Smith. You know what I mean? Like it almost felt like that he was written for Will Smith. But they like,
I really liked his character.
I loved it, dude. Which movie did you like better? I don't remember because we might have said this, but like between the first and the second, which one did you like better?
I like this one better. I in an ideal world, I would have loved the first one to have the humor of this one.
Yeah, it just
and better storyline, obviously. But I mean, the first one I liked for totally different reasons. The first one I liked because it had a more intense cinematic feel to it. It came off like it was going to be a really intense type of movie. And the soundtrack was just ridiculously good.
Yeah.
Music was massive on the first one. So in a perfect world, I would have those elements of the first one mixed into this movie.
Yeah. The thing I'll say about this one is I thought two things. Number one, this is John Cena's, I think, best acting work to date was probably this movie. Like it's not like he's this like remarkable actor yet. Like I think he still has ways to go, but I think that like when he was kind of like going up against Rick Flag and he like when he started finally like struggling to kill Rick Flag, like I felt that like within his performance. Like I thought he actually did, he committed, man. Like it felt real. A second thing I want to say, when they're going, dude, this is the best thing ever. When they're going and they're gonna like when they're walking away from Starro and Amanda Waller's like, "Oh, this city will be fine. Like let it be destructed and all that." And like Idris Elba's like pretty much like fuck this, and he starts turning around, and then they all go. Dude, I got goosebumps in that moment, man. I was like, this is fucking cool. This is different, but it's so fucking cool. Love that about this movie for sure, dude. So yeah, dude, but I am ready. This is the last thing I'll ask you about, and then we'll wrap up. I'm ready. Are you gonna watch the Peacemaker show on HBO Max now that they've teased it in the post credits, dude? Yeah.
You could tell that he really enjoys playing that character.
Yeah, I think that this is a really good place for like DC to kind of like not exactly restart, like still acknowledge the stuff that you had behind you, but like just also move away from it and like play into what you got now with the Suicide Squad.
It's kind of an exciting direction. They have to make up for lost time here, make up lost grounds, because Marvel has been kicking their butts, like wiping the floor with them. And I said in the past, the problem with DC is that they're impatient and they were trying to build something like the MCU, but they didn't have the patience that Marvel did. Marvel started from the ground up and gave us individual movies introducing individual characters, found a way to merge them, expand over, many years. And DC was like, you know what? No, we want to start right now. Here's Superman and Justice League. And it's like, wait a second, we got all these characters we don't know yet. And Suicide Squad, and we don't know who any of these characters are either. We're just going to have these movies. And they just tried to cram everything and create this universe when they didn't put the time into it. And they shot themselves in the foot. And also they hadn't really niched out where like the feel they wanted those movies to have. Whereas Marvel now, over time, I think the turning point in Marvel was Guardians of the Galaxy, where they started to officially have a tone for all of their superhero movies, where they all feel very like they're very action packed, but they're funny, the right amount of funny, the right amount of silly. They've niched out this area that Marvel does, and it does incredibly well. And I think DC has screwed up trying to copy that. When they try to copy that mixture of action and humor, it doesn't fit right. It doesn't sit next to the MCU well. So I think they're finding their footing if they continue to do this with rated R movies that are stupid, funny, that are gory, like, and then with the new Batman coming out, I know we had talked about that guy had tweeted about it that saw it, that said that it was genuinely like a scary movie. And like, this is the direction they need to go in. Like, let Marvel make movies for the kids, you know. And DC needs to embrace and say, you know what, screw the kids, we're gonna make these movies gory and funny. And that's where they need to go.
I mean, their best comic books were always the darker ones, right? I mean, I think so, in my opinion, as far as me being a comic fan. But here's the thing with DC, and just to jump off your point really quick, then we'll really get going because I got to eat too. I'm very hungry. I haven't had dinner yet either. The last thing here is, like, I think that DC actually started, the DCEU in particular, they started out really well. I personally a massive fan of Man of Steel. I think that movie is great. I love Henry Cavill as Superman. I think he's awesome in that role, and I thought the movie was great. But what happened is like, people, again, it was kind of the same thing with Star Wars. The movie was kind of divisive, right? Like, so DC got kind of scared, and they were like, okay, we're gonna give Snyder Batman v Superman, and Batman v Superman, we're gonna cut some shit from it. They cut it all up, man, and they were like, we're gonna make it not make sense, because everybody who watched the Ultimate Edition of Batman v Superman after seeing the theatrical was like, why didn't they just play this version of it? It's much better. That Snyder version of Batman v Superman is great. While it's 3 hours long, it makes more sense. That's just the way Snyder makes movies. They're long. You got to accept it. But they're great when they are long because it fleshes it all out. And the ultimate cut of that is great. Wonder Woman was great. That was kind of the anomaly, right? And then he had Suicide Squad.
I liked Wonder Woman.
It was great. Suicide Squad, we both liked it for various reasons, you know, who knows why, but you and I both walked out of that one like, it was pretty good.
Could have been better.
The clear cut problems. I mean, it was choppy as hell, and like everything felt like a music video, and come to find out, they cut that one up too. David Ayer had a different movie in mind. He had a 3-hour movie, and they cut it up too and made it into, they brought in an MTV music video crew to cut that one up. So you had that, and then you had I mean, outside of that, I mean, I thought Birds of Prey was an improvement. I did not like,
I hated Birds of Prey. Oh, it was so corny. Really? I found so many problems with that movie.
You and I highly disagree there.
I wanted to turn it off.
Wow.
I was like, I found it to be really corny and cliche and predictable. I just like, I wanted to like it so bad because I love Margot Robbie like so much.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Megan wanted to watch it and she put it on, and I was like, I tried to get her to turn it off.
Wow. See, I thought it was a massive improvement over Suicide Squad. I think there's flaws in it too, but I thought it was a big improvement. I also thought that the other one, I mean, Aquaman was great in my opinion. I know some people don't like it, but I really liked Aquaman. And then I think what really, I mean, Justice League, which came before those two, the theatrical version was absolute shit, and that's mostly because Snyder didn't direct it. You know, even though he was credited on it, it was absolute shit. And then you had,
holy cow, what was that sound?
Did Santa come?
It legitimately sounded like there's a gunshot outside.
Wow, I thought Santa came, like, you know, came. Anyway, Shazam was great. And then, like, when I saw what Zack Snyder's original vision for the Justice League was, which I got it on 4K, by the way, folks, it's out there. If you want to get the 4K release, it's great. Put it right next to that shit version of Justice League that you own. Anyway, Zack Snyder's Justice League, that 4-hour masterpiece is wonderful. One of my favorite superhero movies of all time. And yeah, man, like Joker, and then like outside of the DCU, we both agreed, I think that Joker was like phenomenal, and like Joaquin was phenomenal in that movie, and that's like the type of thing they should be doing.
In the right direction.
You got that really dark, serious route, but on the other side of that, Wonder Woman 84, real quick, I'll say, I think is underrated. I think people shit on that for stupid reasons. I really liked 84. It's not as good as the first one by any means, but it's good. And then you have on the comedic side of that, now you got like James Gunn kind of embracing the R-ratedness, but like in a different way though, you know, than Joker did. And it's like, and I you know, Batman's going to be hopefully R-rated too. I would hope the Batman's going to be R-rated, and I hope they go in that dark route that the Joker did, you know, like I think that, excuse me, that's the best way to go.
I think they really need to move in that direction. I'm way behind with DC movies because I just did not like the direction that they were going, and I had a feeling as soon as they really started trying to tie a universe together, I just had a feeling right away. And I remember talking about this when we worked at FYE. I felt like they're going to start over, or they're going to change, like they're going to have to, because what they're doing is not hitting. And so I just kind of decided that I wasn't going to watch most of them. And so there's a couple that I've seen here and there, but I haven't watched a lot of them. And now I feel like at some point I'm gonna be right, and I feel like they're moving in another direction.
Yeah.
And they're gonna start transitioning into this other field, especially if these more serious, like dark or funny, if these movies start really landing, I have a feeling they're gonna try to move into that direction.
Yeah.
So
and really quick, you didn't watch the Snyder Cut, right? Yeah.
I didn't.
Okay. Dude, we should do this because I want to know your opinion on it. Because I don't know if I told you about this in person. You can watch it episodically. You know that, right? Like, so you can actually, because he cuts it up in different chapters, the whole movie. So you can watch it chapter by chapter. If you can, because I'm going to rewatch it too. I haven't seen it since I saw it the first 5-6 times when it came out, because I watched it that many times. And I just got it on 4K again. I'm going to rewatch it. You should watch this thing because I really want to talk to you about it on the next monthly Mumble, if possible. Because I want to know what you think. It's fucking, dude, I'm telling you, it's a masterpiece. You're going to love it. I think you will. But watch it episodically, you know, now that you have HBO Max. But we'll try to get to that. But yeah. Anyway, guys, we've been going for almost 4 hours here, as we usually do. We're gonna get going. Thank you, everybody. Seriously, for sticking around. If you have, I have a lot of fun doing these. Adam and I see each other once a month, if that. So it's great to catch up, man. So I'll let Adam plug everything he's got going on in his world over there, and yeah, then I'll get to me. But yeah, Adam, what's going on, man? Plug what you got.
Yeah, you can find me primarily on TikTok, but TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, take your pick at The Red Eclectic. You know, I'm always posting to TikTok, trying to get into making more, I guess, more a higher effort TikToks, even though they don't perform as well as my low effort stuff for some reason. I don't understand. TikTok is so weird. Like I had a video, it's at 5 million views now. The dumbest thing. It was literally just me thinking out loud. It was a duet of a video of a guy blowing glass, and it blew up. And the stuff that I spend hours editing gets like 200 views. So I don't know, but I'm trying to do more stuff with that. So I post there all the time. So check my TikTok, YouTube. I've had videos to post for a while. I just haven't posted them yet because I know once I start, I have to get into the rhythm of it. But I'm going to be posting there, you know, in the next month or two at least. So anyway, hit me up there. And yeah, thanks for watching.
Yeah, guys, for myself, it's really funny you say that. Really quick little anecdote. Ed Sheeran was on Howard Stern like a while back, and he kind of said the same thing. He's like, the songs I think are gonna suck are always the biggest hits, and the ones he thinks that he put more effort into are never the hits. But anyway, so for myself, you can find me on Twitter at Dom_Martino_. On Instagram, Dom_Martino_official. I got through it, Adam. Fuck you. But yeah, you otherwise, please follow the Anorex pages on Twitter, Anorex Official, and on Instagram, Anorex Official. Please subscribe to the channel, like this video. Please feedback in the comment section. Do all that. Adam and I are once these bigger movies are coming out, we're gonna both, I think, try to hit the press screenings, get some more reviews out onto the channel for all of you. And yeah, definitely check out the Anorex Entertainment Podcast, guys. We got a really interesting episode coming up for that, because we did have a member switch recently in there, and we're excited to, bring Jose on board and talk to him about everything that's all the changes, and talk to you guys about that. So that's going to be fun as well. Last thing I'll say, guys, I've been working on something massive. I haven't really told anybody about it, and I'm excited
You
for
making
you
a
guys
movie?
to see that. Sort of. I would love to tell Adam off camera what I've been putting together at some point, if you'll indulge me. But
a puzzle? Just in your free time? That's the big news.
Yeah.
Dom's been working on a puzzle, everybody. He's almost done.
Dude, oh man, I have a story for you, but I'll tell you another time. Next monthly Mumble, remind me about puzzles. I got a story. But yeah, anyway.
You mean the bar and How I Met Your Mother, remember?
Puzzles
They
is
start
the
a bar
place
called Puzzles.
together. I love that song. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for joining, and do all the things, like the video, subscribe to the channel, all that, you know. And look forward to what I got coming probably in about a year from now, but I'm excited about it. So yeah, guys, thank you so much. This has been another episode of the monthly Mumble, which we do monthly. If you stuck with us this long, you are a true fan. We'll see you guys later.